and that feeling of accomplishment, what is better than that?
I want a career path. I want a plan with challenges and steps that recognize my effort.
I want a work-life balance, a job that's flexible.
I want education and training. I want to finish my degree.
We sat down as a team and talked about how things could be better.
We took a big risk and invested in a few key areas. Now we're growing and we're making money.
We are CPHR.
Are you looking for better, faster ways to grow your business? Ask me. I'll position your company for success and create tangible growth. I am CPHR.
Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR.
I really didn't know what was going to happen on my first day.
Culture? The people here are great. We're like a family.
No one's ever too busy to help someone when they need it.
It was a bit awkward at first, but now I feel like one of the team.
The best boss I ever had, she knew what she was doing.
Made tough choices for the right reasons.
Their door was always open.
My work, we get together, we share ideas. It's a great environment.
I like the challenge. It's the excitement of coming up with the right solutions with the right people.
Working with great people and that feeling of accomplishment, what is better than that?
I want a career path. I want a plan with challenges and steps that recognize my effort.
I want a work-life balance, a job that's flexible.
I want education and training. I want to finish my degree.
We sat down as a team and talked about how things could be better.
We took a big risk and invested in a few key areas. Now we're growing and we're making money.
We are CPHR.
Are you looking for better, faster ways to grow your business? Ask me. I'll position your company for success and create tangible growth. I am CPHR.
Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR. Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR. Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR. Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR. Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR. Professional, elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR.
Diyos Ama namin, lumalapit kami sa iyo para sa aming kahilingan na kami ay iyong proteksyonan laban sa 2019 and coronavirus na kumitil na ng maraming buhay at nakaapekto na sa sangkatauhan. Nananalangin kami para sa iyong biyaya, para sa mga taong inatasan na pag-aralan ang kalikasan at ang sanhi ng virus na ito. Gayon din, upang mapahinto ang patuloy nitong paglaganap, gabayan mo po ang mga inatasang mga laga sa kalusugan na kanila nawang magampanan ang kanilang tungkulin ng buong husay at may malasakit. Gabayan mo po ang mga kawani ng pamahalaan at ang mga nasa pribadong institusyon sa kanilang paghahanap ng lunas upang masugpo ang epidemyang ito. Ipinapanalangin namin ang lahat ng mga naapektuhan. Nawa ay hilumin mo po ang kanilang karamdaman. Ipagkaloob mo po nawa sa amin ang iyong biyaya upang kami ay patuloy na makagawa ng kabutihan para sa lahat at makatulong sa lahat ng mga nangangailangan. Ipinapanalangin po namin ito sa pamamagitan ng aming Panginoong Hesukristong iyong anak na nabubuhay at nag-ahari kasama ng Espiritu Santo magpasawalang hanggan. Amen. Maria, aming ina, at tulong ng mga Kristiyano, ipanalangin mo po kami. San Rafael Arcangel, ipanalangin mo po kami. San Roque, ipanalangin mo po kami. San Lorenzo Ruiz, ipanalangin mo po kami. San Pedro Calungsod, ipanalangin mo po kami.
Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career and increase your salary. Become a CPHR. Find out if your professional experience qualifies you. Make your career move. Become a CPHR.
Test mic. All right, so welcome to Philippine HR Assembly 2020 with the theme HR, the Corporate Frontliners for Business Resiliency. So in this assembly, we have gathered highly experienced HR leaders across multiple industries to share strategies and best practices to help the HR community anywhere in the Philippines navigate through this catastrophe. Now more than ever, HR professionals are being called on to provide expertise and advice with little to no time to plan, given the continual changes to employment standards and government and healthcare expectations. As we navigate through this time of uncertainty, one thing is for certain. The HR profession is at the forefront and being relied upon to lead organization through these unprecedented times. CPHRs have always proven to have unique expertise and the experience to meet the challenges of today's workforce. The standards we have set and the quality we embody as CPHR is second to none in the world. Before we begin, we would like to invite you also for the upcoming CPHR Distant Learning Program on June 18 and 19, 2020. So for those of you who still isn't aware of what CPHR program is, CPHR program is a globally recognized HR certification for HR leaders and people managers which enhance your career opportunities, improve your credibility and trust, expand your network, and of course, continue with learning, because for you to maintain your CPHR license, you have to meet the target 60 CPD hours on a rolling 3-year basis. So for more details, you can always visit our website at www.cphr.com. And of course, we would also like to thank CPHR Philippines, CPHR, CHR United Kingdom, Circologica Group, and Luzon HR Council for making this assembly possible. Thank you as well to our viewers for tuning in with us, and we hope that you'll learn a lot from this session. So are you guys excited to meet our first speaker? Right, so you can ask your questions down below, no, sa ating Facebook dito sa nakashare sa Luzon HR Council for questions sa ating mga Luzon HR Council, no? Sa ating mga speakers, just in case you have any questions for them or clarifications na gusto nyong itanong sa kanila. So open naman, and then if we have time, we'll entertain those questions. All right, so let's check if our first speaker is around. I'm gonna be asking Dr. Oliver to start his video and microphone.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can I be heard? Good morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good.
All right. Yeah, so since our first speaker is here, let us start the introduction. All right, so this one is the most interesting topics which has a very great effect from this pandemic situation, no? Which is the offboarding talents. So from here, we'll be able to learn and get ideas from our first speaker about the best practices in policy development in such a situation like this. Okay, so for us to introduce our speaker for this day, Dr. Oliver Rekilman, no, is a certified total reward specialist from ASEAN Institute of Total Rewards and recently invested as associate fellow in people management by People Management Association of the Philippines. He was awarded HR Leadership Award in Bangalore, India by Institute of Public Enterprise and Ascent, NGO, in 2013, and was recognized and awarded as one of the 500 global HR minds in Mumbai, India by Times Ascent Incorporated last February 15, 2018. And also, he recently completed an executive education program in INSEAD, France main campus under scholarship program of Johnson & Johnson Corporate Citizen Trust. He has adequate knowledge in labor policies of China, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Singapore. Once again, Dr. Oliver Rekilman.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. I'm using a headset kasi. How's the signal there? Can I be heard? Jester, can you hear me well?
Yeah, all clear.
Okay. Well, I do have a presentation, but I'm not certain if I can show that here, or would you like to show it for me? Paano ba yun? Should I present it myself?
Present it yourself and it will work fine.
Okay, sige, sige. All right. I'll just look for wait a minute. It's not showing it. Okay, there. Share screen. There you go. There. So here we are. All right. Elements of offboarding. No, offboarding is commonly known for people or for HR professionals who are doing exits for employees. In the past, we haven't really done and given so much focus on, let's say, 10 years ago, when we see people leaving the organization, we immediately assume that they're leaving because of greener pasture or because of better pay, not realizing that there are also other factors contributing and influence their decision to resign or to be offboarded. Now, resignation is not just all about. Offboarding is not just all about about resignation. It also includes management initiated redundancy, retrenchment, and even termination. So those are management decision, management prerogative to offboard or to let go of people. So who am I? As introduced earlier, I just got my what do you call this CTRS reward from Asha, certificate from Asian Institute of Total Rewards, and was recently awarded actually 2 years ago as one of the 500 global HR minds in Mumbai, India. I just completed an executive education from INSEAD in France under the Johnson and Johnson scholarship program. You can find me on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. Just look for Oliver Rickelman or Oliver.Rickelman. So, as mentioned earlier, what is offboarding? Offboarding is a process that will lead to formal separation between employee and a company. So it may come in a form of resignation, termination, retirement, redundancy, and even retrenchment. So this I got from bamboohr.com. You can check out their website for this. So let's look at the legal side of termination. As indicated, or should be what we call labor code, a very recent amendment on the authorized causes of employment under Article 299 of the Labor Code was released in September 7, 2015. No, this amendment was at the same time was to clarify the amendment of the implementing rules and regulation of the book 6 of the Labor Code of the Philippines. When you look at the Labor Code of the Philippines, it has 7 books. When you look into other organizations or other countries and check their labor policies, we have similarities. The similarity comes in just assessment of any cases, maybe in a form of termination, retirement, or resignation, pertaining to the interest or the best interest of the employee, because we as employer, the burden of proof falls on us because we are the employer, di ba? So as Department Order 147-15 expressly provides for the specific standards in applying the when we say just cause, these are the termination causes by grave and serious misconduct. No, but when we talk about authorized causes, these are venues where the management can look into as an option for to either improve the productivity of the organization to achieve its bottom line or to avoid imminent financial loss. So there are two elements of employee offboarding: the technical and the interpersonal. The technical, as mentioned, there's authorized causes, there's the just causes, no, and then in the interpersonal, this is where the human dynamics comes in: interpersonal relationship, biased perception, unfair and unequal or inequality in pay and benefits. So people find that some people finds that um, unfair and biased. But when you look at the perspective of the employer, it has to be discriminating. It has to be discriminative. Why so? Because you have to make the position going up attractive. So when you look into your succession planning, low bench. Now, when you say shallow bench, you have few and limited people to promote. So you will only end up getting people from outside and bringing them in. There's nothing wrong with that because we buy back. So those are the interpersonal reasons. So let's take a look at the 4 types of employee offboarding. There's the retrenchment, redundancy, voluntary resignation, termination. So for start, I'd like to begin with retrenchment. Retrenchment avoid imminent loss, imminent financial loss, or more capitalization. We're putting in more working capital in the business and then not achieving. So it's actually to sustain the operation, to sustain the business, to be more competitive, to be not just competitive, but to be in the business mainly. So when you look into retrenchment, you can consider 3 waves. The first wave is LIFO, last in, first out. So for countries that practices probation and regularizing the probation employees. Is it unfair? Well, it may be unfair from the per, but you have to put more value or weight more uh, for the interest of those who are already tenured in your orgs. So these are these are tech because they already have their vested interest over. So in terms of same rationality applies when uh, okay. There. Jess, can you see my screen?
Yeah, please still proceed.
Oh, okay. So the second wave is you offer voluntary retirement. So this is the first in. Why are we looking at the voluntary retirement? Because there's probably a large number of employment program. But then, in order for your voluntary retirement program to be attractive, you have to put premium to that. So let's say, for example, 100% premium. So they have 100% already coming from the retirement pay. Then you have a premium pay of another 100. Now apply your performance evaluation. So you can already look into the performance rank. So over the years, the basic is to look into 3 years. For example, 3 years ago, you have then on the first year, the overall total performance is satisfactory. Then on the second year, unsatisfactory, and then for this year, satisfactory. So when you average that, then the average performance on the third year to the over the 3 years performance and get the average, and then you start ranking all your employees, and then this is where you look into positions or functional groups that may be essential, extremely important to the organization, and then you can also look into the not so important for the operation or for the operation of the business. So when that happens, in over let's say you operate a hospital, the positions that when surges or surge comes in terms of your organization, which are the nurses, because you are operating a hospital. So similar to that, when you operate a manufacturing firm, you look into first thing positions that are regulatory or government mandated. Let's say PME, engineers, and then and so on. So you cannot afford to let go of those employees, even if you look at the average. So when you consider for the large functional groups, that the business can continue without. So that's the third wave. So that's how you handle retrenchment. That's how you, in terms of best practices off board through retrenchment. Now let's say introduction of technology. When we talk about technology, it's not just about the physical technology in itself, like laptop, computer, and machinery. So it's not just that. It also lining of assertiveness. So when you apply for ISO, so when that happens, you will more likely arrive to a redundated position. Okay. Now, second to that, reorganization. Reorganization will result to redundancy. Why so? Because the purpose of reorganization is to create an organization by revisiting its functional groups to make the organization profitable. Now, second to that, efficient. Because when you are efficient, you are profitable, correct? You end up with fewer expenses, and then you end up with higher margin in terms of bottom line. So that's redundancy. So when redundancy happens, or when you arrive to a redundancy as a result of your reorganization, you don't look at the PE ranking. You look at the position in itself, because what you are redundant is not the person, not the personality, but the position, for it not being part anymore of the process, correct? Not the person, but the position. To or consider selection criteria using personalities, because it will be unfair, right? It will be unfair. However, you can what do you call this? Make your selection criteria even more extensive by being more compliant to the regulatory requirements of the land. So let's say, for example, you cannot let me use again hospital. No, so let's say, for example, you operate a hospital. You're in the business of hospital care. Well, you cannot operate what do you call this, an X-ray machine without a rad tech licensed rad tech. That's what I'm trying to say. So you cannot operate an X-ray machine without a licensed rad tech. So therefore, since that you have an X-ray and you operate a hospital, you cannot let go of your licensed rad tech, but you can reduce the number of the rad tech in order for you to be more efficient, right? So you don't zero it out. So as mentioned on the last bullet, qualification, related training, and culture fit or suitability may be used in order to retain some personalities critical to the efficiency of the organization. So what do we mean by culture fit or suitability test? When you are going to redundate a large functional group, and you will end up with quite a number of redundated employees, and you do not want to lose them because they're performing well, you can apply as part of your criteria for selection, culture fit and suitability fit. Who will be fit to the new position that you have created, right? So you can look into their qualification, and you have redundated HR, and just so happen that some of them are engineering graduates, so that you can look into their qualification. Now, second, related training. Now, let's say, for example, they are not engineering graduates, but you require, as part of the organization, to have a basic qualification for an engineering graduate, then you can look into related trainings. Perhaps some of them, although they're not engineering graduates, have attended Six Sigma or any efficient, even more efficiency that they're going to transfer to. Consider is suitability. How ready am I in terms of assuming the new position that I'm going to have after the reorganization? So when we reorganize, so this is where the online assessment tools comes in, or online analytics tool comes in. So just to share with you how you can make your retrenchment and redundancy three-step preparation, or should I say in general, no? This is a general application in coming up with a redundancy program and retrenchment program. First, before the D-Day, we call it the D-Day, no? When are you going and the redundancy? So we call it D-Day, like an Independence Day. So prepare for termination notices. You're planning in 2 months' time or in a month's time, then all notices should be prepared already and approved up to the highest person, because the CEO or the COO should know who are they, how many are they going to be retrenched or redundated, and why, the reasons behind it. So you have to prepare the notices in advance. Then complete the prepared onboarding offboarding checklist. No? Last pay, advanced 30-day salary, separation pay, other commutation, COE and clearances, and things needed to surrender list. So these are the tools of the trade. Let's say laptop, car, printer, photocopier, and all other things. So third item is that you can start off with a communication deck. Your communication deck should already include an FAQ, frequently asked questions. Why so? Because if you're going to retrench and redundate a group of people, they're not actually listening to you during the communication day. Whatever it is that you're going to tell them or to say to them, they are still managing their emotions. So it's emotion over logic. So when you ask them if they have any questions or if they have understood, the answer will always be. So best that when you prepare your communication deck, frequently asked questions should already be included. The more it is, the more FAQs that you have, then the better it is for everybody. So arrange for venue also. Last, arrange for a good venue, security and counseling. Now, security, I'm not saying that you should prepare for people to run amok and all that. I don't think as professionals as we are, even emotional outbursts, we will be that irrational. No, I don't think it's something in uniform or security guards not in uniform for the purpose of them to help and assist. If just in case something happened, someone will be irrational, at least you will not be caught off guard. But as far as I have experienced over the past 23 years of my life as a professional, and in 19 years of that in human resources, I haven't experienced that yet. But be ready. No, it's always best to be ready. So during the D-Day, during the communication day, ensure security, all notices, receive payments, and retrieve all tools of the trade. Then third, throw off program. 4 is you ensure that industrial or psychological counseling is available. So this time around, you can coordinate with, what I mean is even before the D-Day, you have to coordinate with a group of psychologists or counselors that can with numbers readily available to them. Now, over the past years, people are becoming more comfortable to open up over the phone rather than a one-on-one person-to-person discussion. So you have to make that available for them as an option just in case that they need it. So after the D-Day, so after the communication day, and then you're looking forward into having them as your alumni of the organization, ensure that the employees being off board the option to purchase and to procure purchase and procure their tools of the trade. Over the years, they have already grown to love their laptop. They have grown to love their car. So instead of selling them or to deny, ensure that the deletion of the off-boarded employees are already out of the system. Clean up workspaces, and then create an FB page for work alumni circle. Then continuous communication. Never let your employees leave the organization without creating a vice. Now you should already have that in mind as your KPI in HR to create an alumni circle, because creating an alumni circle for those off-boarded employees will give you an opportunity in the future should you need employees for certain position. So left an organization 5 years ago as a manager, then maybe 5 years from now, I can already be a candidate for a director role. I have the experience, I have the organization know-how, and then over the past 5 years, I have gained further training. So that will give the organization now a pool of talents other than having having them in a basket for the purpose of keeping everybody in check, but you also have a basket full of future talents. So for voluntary resignation, as I mentioned earlier, 10 years ago, we did not give so much importance on people who are resigning, simply because we always see it as a form of greener pasture and better pay. But a more recent study shows that reasons for people resigning is not just all about monetary reason, or it's not just all about for monetary reasons, but this includes leadership issues. This includes management issues. This includes culture and organizational environment. So these reasons add up to the fact that they are also looking for greener pasture. So they try to justify it that way, that so yeah, I'm going to leave because the organization there is giving me a better pay. But actually, they're leaving the organization for other reasons. It's not just all about pay. So they just using the pay to justify their mind of a resigning employee. The resigning process is not for them to have a change of heart and not to pursue their resignation, but actually for the management to better understand why employees are resigning. Now, when you apply a clearance, let's just say half. So always best to apply exit interview process when everything else has already been paid, the last pay, they already have their last check, and you have given them already their COE, and then you conduct exit interview as part of the exit process. So they will be encouraged to tell you the truth and to be more honest with the interview that you termination is different, right? Because it's management discretion. Usually it's because of disobedience stuff. So when we look into termination, always observe due process, right? The right to be heard, a notice to explain, then you are already observing due process. Now, when it comes to termination, you have to consider exhausting all options of applying a penalty of 10 days. Let's say this offense results to 15 days penalty. So instead of giving the full 15 days, you give 10 days. But letting the employee understand and know that you are doing this out of compassion, even if the person is already exercising willful disobedience. Why so? Well, you will eventually arrive to termination, right? So when you terminate an employee and the employee is objecting to the termination decision of the organization, and will go to the nearest labor office or labor ministry and will always ask questions. Have you, the management, exercised authority? Have you exercised compassion? Have you exercised all options before it arrived to termination? The labor arbiter will decide on the case in your favor. As an organization, we are burdened to provide all facts. We are burdened to provide and exercise compassion, even if the person or the employee is willful disobedient. Willful disobedient. Other than fraud, other than theft, other than anything else. Actions that will cause or endanger someone else's life, other than those, or criminal offense or offenses that are criminal in nature. And other than that, you have to establish compassion. So when we apply penalties as per code of business, mercy is not the same as leniency. Okay, you can be lenient, but when we say lenient, you are code of business or code of conduct. You are totally ignoring it. But when you apply notice to explain, you consider not consider but due process, and then you come up with a decision, a merciful decision, then that's mercy. You are not being lenient, but you are being merciful. So just that's what I want to clarify here. Now, do not use penalties to oppress one in order to favor another. Remember, the admin hearing or administrative hearing is not a formal court. Okay, it's not a formal court. So whatever decisions that come up there, when that employee goes to a formal labor court like DOLE or a legal court, you will end up on the losing end. So always decide or base your decision not on the coldness of the policy, but according to fairness, right, and just. So another thing also, communication is very important. It's very important that you come up with communication deck. Prepare your communication deck before the actual lead for termination. You have to prepare your communication deck for that. If you're going to terminate someone, even for voluntary resignation, you have to start conversation to every resignation or termination. You have to consider it to be a counseling discussion. Okay, so when you do a counseling discussion, consider these 5 segments. 1, opening of the conversation. 2, organize key messages of the subject matter. So always have that in mind when you have your communication deck prepared and approved by the management. And the discussion is with the one-on-one discussion, I mean, or during your town hall discussion is going off topic already. You have to bring back the discussion to the topic that you have prepared for. So always bring back the discussion to the key subject matter. Segment 3, the key messages of the subject have been discussed. Then let the person or the employees speak for their own interest or for their best interest. So even if they are opening up their thoughts, their perceptions and feelings, always remember the segment 2. Bring them back to the themes of the discussion or of the conversation. The segment 4, transition the conversation from loss of employment to opportunities that may be presented when the employment is already terminated. So what are these opportunities? Well, if it's termination, give the assurance. Give the assurance to the person being terminated that whatever other than heinous crime or criminal acts, assure that the terminated employee to be given a certificate of employment. That you in HR, you are going to ensure not just by letting go of the person during the date and when you're retrenched, because all the more that you have to be present. You wanted to be redundant. You never wanted to be retrenched. You never want to be in that dilemma. So for that reason, you have to be present with them. all the more that you have to be present. So segment five, close the discussion by giving assurance of information and venue. So that's what I meant earlier by creating an FB network, alumni or alumni network for your organization. In fact, if you can include them in your budget to invite your best talents who resigned, and then invite them in Christmas parties, invite them in your organization celebration, because it's good and it feels good to have your former employees coming back to your organization for the purpose of celebration, right? Especially those who resign, those who you regret resigning. It's nice to have them around and celebrate seasons. So when you do all these things, like what I said earlier, redundancy and retrenchment is something that they never wanted to have in the first place. They do not want to be in that position. You don't want to be in that kind of dilemma. So all the more you in HR, you have to be empathic. You have to be empathetic, simply because it is the cornerstone of every conversation and communication. But just so you know, empathy is not the same as sympathy, because sympathy focuses on your own feelings and your emotion, but empathy is not. It gives focus on someone else's perspective by removing how you feel, right? You're empathizing, you understand the feeling of that person, but without the agitated feeling of being sympathetic, right? So I hope I was able to explain it in a bit. I was able to explain it better. So, well, there's two types of empathy, the affective and the cognitive. The affective is when you try to relate to someone's feelings, and you try to feel the person's feelings on a particular dilemma. The cognitive is different. Cognitive empathy is that you're trying to understand, you're trying to give more rationale or rationalization to the situation of the person. But when you talk to employees, especially for redundated employees, retrenched employees, when you gather them in a group or when you talk to them one-on-one, the best is to be effective, because we do not want to be in that kind of dilemma. We do not want to be in that kind of situation. It's not the same for voluntary resignation. Resigned out of will, right? To be in that place. They want to be you can be cognitive, something that although they did not want to happen in the first place, but it's something that happened of what they asked, right? They have some okay, there. Hello, can you hear me? Jess? Back. I'll show you again my screen. Hello, Jester. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, good. So, as I was trying to explain earlier, a terminated employee, the termination reaction or an event that happened in the past. So for this reason, you can be cognitive with your empathy with the exiting employee. So this is how you strike a balance in how you shift from being affective and cognitive. It's difficult to be cognitive with your empathy to employees who have been retrenched and redundated, because redundancy definitely will come to them as a surprise. Retrenchment is something that has been more likely something that has been discussed in the organization, but still this is something that they do not want to happen to them, right? Oh, kasi when you say redundancy is a cause or result of a reorganization, so it will come to them in a form of a shock. They will never expect that they will be redundated because of a reorganization. A retrenchment, probably they heard about it, but the whole time that they heard it or they're hearing it, they have been praying not to be included. This is where you have to be effective with your empathy. Okay, so always remember that when you develop or when you design your policy on offboarding, your utmost objective is to convert all exiting employees as your brand ambassadors. Okay, that is your ultimate objective. So if you're going to have a policy develop a policy, I mean, if you're going to create a policy for offboarding employees in those 4 different types, you have to consider that they will be your brand ambassadors in the future, because they will always influence the outcome of your hiring. They will always the outcome of your corporate image or even your brand image as an employer. So regardless of how they exit, regardless of how they exit, your utmost objective is to convert everyone as your brand ambassadors. So best practices tips for redundant of their tools of the trade that have, because this have grown into them. So let them have those. If you can afford to give it to them, just give it to them. If not, then auction it to them, but they get the best price for auction. So second is prepare clearances, COE, everything in advance. If they are retrenched, redundated, then I don't think there's already a need for them to complete their 30 days. Advance the 30 days pay, the 30 days notice, and do not require them to something crazy or criminal in the working environment, but rather give them the benefit to emotionally heal or heal themselves emotionally, because they're in pain, they're hurting, they feel they've been neglected by the organization. So give them the 30 days to stay home or spend somewhere else. Now, third is to create an FB or LinkedIn group page or Instagram. Now, this is not to add insult to the injury, but the purpose is for them to be in the fold where the organization can tap them anytime, keep them updated, and of course get the feel of how they are as they move forward in another page of their lives. So 4 is as I mentioned earlier, maybe there may be no need for them to come to work. Then perhaps you can use the next 30 days in coming up with a livelihood program, training program for livelihood interest, or any interest-based training that they may use or may be interested of in joining. So if you are in an organization where you have manufacturing of semiconductors, or you are in the operation equipment, then you can partner with them. Let's say canteen, maybe vegetables, agricultural products that the company can get from them as another form of supplier that you can bring into your organization, and then they can still be part of that business ecosystem, not just an employee, but this time an employee of someone else that you have partnered with. Now 5 is for termination. Here's a tip for termination. Regardless of the offense, always send off the terminated employee in best wishes. The terminated employee may have stolen, he may have done something like hitting the boss or hitting someone, punching someone in the face that got him terminated, or any of those things, always send the person in best wishes. Okay, remember, our utmost objective here is to turn all exiting employee to be your brand ambassadors. So write a good COE for the person to be employed again in soonest time possible, because the harder for that terminated employee to find a job, the more it's depressing for him. So help the person find a job somewhere else by giving him the right COE. And when I say right COE, meaning it's a helpful COE for him to be employed again by another organization. So that's it for my presentation. Should you have any questions and reactions, you can email me or you can find me on LinkedIn. Please do follow me if you have the time. I'm turning over to you the microphone.
All right, thank you, Dr. Oliver Requilman, for this interesting topic. That our viewers find it very interesting. Again, we're encouraging the viewers to please raise down your questions so we can entertain at least one. So we're currently looking at the comment section of this live video. So please do share your questions and we'll try to address it. So after a few minutes, if there's no questions, we'll proceed to the next speaker. Right, Dr. Oliver, we'll be seeing you later again this afternoon. And thank you for sharing your insights and tips for this topic. Once again, Mr. Oliver Requilman.
Thank you. Thank you, Jess, and thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
All right, so again, for best practice tips for redundancy and retrenchment, auction of their tools, of the trade and prepare clearances, UE, include the summary of achievements and awards, and turnover list in advance. And then, of course, let them enjoy their paid 30 days notice. Another is create an FB or LinkedIn or Instagram group for the redundant, retrenched, and resigned employees to continue the relationship and spirit of camaraderie. Another tip is while observing the 30 days notice, organize a livelihood program or interest-based training program for those who will be retrenched and redundated. So for termination, regardless of the severity of the offense, always send off the terminated employees and best wishes, and write a good COE for the person to be employed again in the soonest time possible. All right, Dr. Oliver, we'll let you go now. So we can proceed to the next speaker. Please stand by as we welcome our next speaker for this session. While we are waiting for our next to connect, Right, may I ask Miss Vivian to turn on your camera? So yan. All right. Sige. Okay, moving on to our next speaker. She will talking about how leaders can manage your organization during a crisis. Come on, let's be honest, okay? Some of us didn't really plan for this situation. This is really a time of uncertainty. So are we gonna make or break? It's hard because it was never easy and we didn't see this coming. We even heard it from a feng shui expert that the year 2020 is going to be a strong and prosperous and lucky year. And everything that the master said about 2020 may be the opposite. Maybe the opposite of what's currently happening today. And I still believe that sabi ko nga sa previous webinar, When the things do not go your way, remember that every challenge, every adversity contains within the seeds of opportunity and growth. All right, so let's keep it pumping. I think our next speaker is with us already, so let's check if she's with us already. Would you like to greet your viewers, Miss Vivian?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, we're hearing you fine. Can our viewers hear Miss Vivian?
Morning.
Good morning. Right, I think they're hearing you fine. So let's proceed. So to provide you more details about our speaker for today, she is a senior business leader with exposure in selected Asian market. No? She's also the Chief Organization Capability Officer of iLeap Management and Consultancy Services Incorporated. She has been in the field of human resources function for more than 2 decades. Versatile in her field of competence, she has in-depth knowledge and skills in all facets of the function. She completed her certification program in project management at the Asian Institute of Management Strategic Leadership course online via Columbia University, and a certified HAY or Job Evaluation Methodology practitioner. She is also an IECL or Institute of Executive Coaching and Leadership by Growth Ops certified coach and the first Filipino CPHR global training partner. She took up liberal arts and commerce, major in political science and accounting at MS Enverga University Foundation, where she graduated cum laude. Off work, Ms. Vivian is active in civic organization and is presently a volunteer at Bahay at Yaman in San Martin de Porres in Bustos, Bulacan, and the president of BYSMP, or the Blessed the Children Foundation in Tondo, Manila. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Vivian Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you, Jester. And again, good morning, everyone. As what Jester have said, no, we were all caught by surprise last March with regards to the outbreak and with regards to the enhanced community quarantine, as we call it here in the Philippines. So let us just try to understand first, no, what do we mean by crisis? Although I'm sure everyone is already familiar with it, but any unpredictable event, you know, that can happen to us, to the organization, or even to the country, which can cause potential risk, is classified as a crisis. So crisis in general is negative in nature. When we hear the word crisis, it doesn't connote positive side, no, it's always seen as negative. And probably it would be good to take you some through time. This is not the first time that we have a crisis. Okay, so I still remember when I was a little bit young, Jester, so there was a big issue about the Tylenol. Remember the medicine, the over-the-counter medicine for headaches. And because of that issue, Tylenol almost crashed, no? But this led to the reformation wherein all over the country drugs, okay, should now have some packaging to protect any poisonous material to be injected into the drugs. There, you can also talk about the automotive crisis in 2008 to 2010 that almost made General Motors, Chrysler, and Ford collapse. No, in fact, General Motors declared bankruptcy during that time. And in the Philippines, okay, when you grew up in the 1990s, you can still remember that we had experienced 8 to 10 hours rotating brownout across the country, and this led to a different way of doing things. So in the Philippines, it led to the implementation of the build, operate, and transfer scheme for the power industry. So which is now we could never feel any downturn. So I'm trying to understand and try to read how this pandemic outbreak, caused, and as shared by everyone, this put our business continuity plan at a test. But somehow, if you look at our BCP or our business continuity plan, you could say we did not capture this. We did not capture the physical distancing. We did not capture that we will come to a point that we should stop operation, or that we should rotate employees, or that we should reduce the number of employees that we need to report for work, because it will affect the health and security of our people. So I'm trying to understand it, and I come across the word structural break. Structural break is actually used by economists, no? And this is where you try to understand in a time series data, okay, wherein there are changes in the trends and the patterns. And if we convert it into the business parlance, it talks about fading away of certain business norms, no, giving way to the new norm, because what we do now, okay, will not mean effective, or it's no longer working, no, moving forward. So, and because of this is a very volatile condition for all of us. I think if we are all abreast with the news, there's already 2 million employees who are already unemployed at this time. Because during structural break, almost companies who are not able to adapt will collapse and vanish, no? And during this time, there are two things that we need to take into account: survival and how to take benefit from this new pattern. But before we can even go to the benefit side, okay, the first and foremost question that we should answer, hopefully, in this session is how to survive. Okay? So, in as much as we would like to look into, we need to come up now with a new strategy, okay, in terms of how to survive this pandemic outbreak. And we should help our businesses in terms of coping up. I just would like to highlight that a strategy is different from a plan. A strategy is trying to identify the decisive point, okay, and concentrate everything on it, removing the secondary points and ignoring the lesser objectives. Okay, if it's not something that can help us survive, that can help the business survive at this point in time, okay, let us just park it, okay, because this is not what matters most at this point. So if we look at it, we're talking about the comprehensive response to the challenges. It's an overall approach based on how we diagnose the challenge, and the strategy that a company may adapt may be different from the others, because this is the time where one size doesn't fit all. You need to really look into your respective businesses, and if you do understand how your business operates, it would be easy for us, especially for the HR practitioners, to be able to adapt. In fact, I was talking to a client at this time, and he was sharing with me that this pandemic outbreak is a test of HR endurance. This is the test of the HR capabilities, no, our competence as HR practitioners to help our organization adapt to the new norm or to the new today. So I was reading a McKinsey and Company report, and they talk about the 5 horizons that the leaders need to think and act during this crisis. Okay, so the first item is resolve. Resolve is about addressing the immediate challenges that the crisis represents. And at this point in time, there are, for me, 3 major, okay, items or major things that we need, major challenges that we need to address. Okay, these are: 1, the employees' health, because exposing employees to public can damage their health and can even lead to death, no? Then, second is the safety of the employees. Third is security. Security is not just employee security. It also talks about financial security of the business. And I think this is something that we in HR should be mindful of as well. Okay? Financial security is key. The cash flow. So as much as possible, let's keep our cash. And we need to help our businesses think of ways on how to manage cash, because cash flow is difficult at this point. So once we're able to identify the strategy on this side, okay, it would be easy for us to adapt. And second is resilience. Resilience, no? We Filipinos are known to be resilient. And resiliency in here is identified as addressing the near-term cash management challenges and the broader resiliency issues brought about by the economic breakdown. And during this time, when we talk about resilience, there are 2 things that I would like to share with you that we need to focus on: speed and discipline. Speed, because we need to be fast in terms of our decision making, okay, because every day counts. Okay, we need to be fast in terms of how we decide and how we act on things. But at the same time, we also need to be disciplined. We have to have a structured way of doing things. It also means disciplining ourselves in terms of thinking what would be best for the company and for the employees. I do have high respect to the other HR practitioners that we have. But if you look into resolving and resilience, we may have resolved issues by providing all benefits that we can extend to our employees. But the next step is that, is it sustainable for the business? So as leaders, we also need to have the discipline to balance it out. Because again, cash would be very difficult in the next coming months. We already have experienced it for probably a month or two now, but in the projection, we will be experiencing it in the next 3 months, 6 months, or probably a year as an after effect. Okay, so third is about return. So return is now about the detailed plan on how we can return or ramp up the business so that we can go back to sales quickly. How fast can we go back, or how fast can we adapt to the new norm would be key to us as well. So we talk about protecting the employees, reassuring our customers, okay, that we are back to operations, that we can deliver, okay, what they need from us, and restore the supply chain. And once we're able to bring back all of those 3 items, we need to make sure that we always review and make necessary revision or amendment if need be. And that would accelerate, our capability to adapt to the new norm or to manage the crisis. The fourth and fifth is reimagination and reform. In reimagination and reform, we need to visualize what is the next normal. Okay, we need to visualize how it looks like. What would be the implication to us? Okay, and we need to make sure that we are clear in terms of how we are going to lobby or express, the concerns or the challenges that the new normal will bring to the regulatory or to the government, so that they can help us out in terms of policies and law. So in here, we should be able to ask ourselves, what is the new norm? How can it be possible? And what does a day after look like? A lot of us love the visioning board. And if you can do a visioning board, okay, by visualizing what would be the new norm, how can we still be effective, okay, with this new norm, then it would be able to help us understand what are the areas that we need to improve on as an organization. And in here, I've always put a triad here between the organization, the industry associations, because they will play a key role in serving as our voice, and the government in terms of policies and reforms that we need to execute so that we can bring back the business. May not be on where we are right now, but at least close to where the norm is. Okay, and so just to recap, so I was thinking of resolving, resiliency, returning, reimagination, and reform as the 5 horizons that a leader should think and act. And as an HR leader, and this is particularly true for all the business leaders who are in the room, and by the way, to all the participants we have here, because everyone has a stake in the business, so I see everyone as a leader leading themselves. So there are 2 things that we need to observe. What are the things that we need to be as a leader, and what are the qualities or things that we should be doing as a leader? So for being a leader, we have to be calm all the time. So, our employees are looking at us. If they see that we are panicking, they will be panicked. They will panic as well. So it's always good that we would be showing calmness every time we see them, So it's what we call grace under pressure for Filipinos, but it's always being calm, because when we are calm, it's where the new chain of thought comes in. Second is, let's be confident and optimism. So remember, how do you see this glass? Half empty or half full? We always see this glass. We should always see this glass half full. So we should still be optimistic that the new norm will succeed. We have to be confident, okay, that our organization will succeed. So it starts with our self-esteem. It starts with how we exude confidence so that we can rally our people to be optimistic as well. Third is, we need to be courageous. Okay, courageous, not braving, the braving the streets, going to the office. Courageous is making tough decisions if need be, because it's always about business survival during crisis. And we have to have courage in terms of making rough decisions as well. So we always need to understand and look into our strategy and align all our decisions, okay, with our strategy. Then we have to be empathetic. I think we Filipinos are very good at it. We always put our shoes, no, on the shoes of other people. And that will help us decide whether it would be safe for our employees, would it risk our employees, would it risk the business. But as I always mention when I give the talk, okay, we always need to understand that during the pandemic crisis, pandemic outbreak, it's not just the employees that we need to take care of. We also need to put ourselves in the shoes of our business. If we are the leaders of this business, if we are the owners, how can we strike the balance of taking care of to our employees and at the same time, providing providing or making sure that business is still operational. Okay, so we have to strike these two. Okay, we have to strike a balance between these two. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive the crisis. Okay, and then of course, once again, resiliency. Okay, in fact, in one of my talk, I was saying that resiliency and agility would be the next two core competence that a talent must possess, no? Okay, so that they would be able not just to adapt but be successful in the new norm. As a leader, we also have to express our vision. So we have to always rally our people. What's our vision? What's the vision of the organization based on the new strategy that we created? We have to communicate authentically. Surprisingly, this is one of the hurdle of all businesses or most of the businesses, how to communicate to our employees. Okay, we always need to make sure that our employees understand what's going on. We need to be transparent, not to cause panic, but we need to make them transparent. We need to be transparent to them so that they would understand as well the challenges that we are experiencing, because most of them do have feedback, suggestions of how we can make things better. So be authentic when we communicate to the employees, because right now, the genuine concern or the malasakit, okay, our employees is also looking for that. Okay, by the way, malasakit is not just in the form of cash assistance. So it can also be in the form of reaching out to them, understanding difficulties they're going through, okay, helping them try to find optimistic or to find positive things in what's happening now. So being at home gives us more time with our family. Okay, gives us more time to do some of the things that we're not able to do. So again, it's not just about financial assistance, but it's also about making them feel that we truly are concerned about their welfare. And then we need to act on things, as mentioned. Okay, resiliency, acting fast, speed. That's what is expected from us. And we always need to seek clarity. A lot of guidance, guidelines are being released by the government agencies. Okay, we need to always seek clarity, or in fact, seek improvement, on how we can be better, how we can go beyond the guidelines set forth by the government, because this is what our business needs. And when we communicate, when we do things, when we implement strategies, let's make it simple and purposeful. We have to always align it to our strategy, to our objectives, to our end goal. So again, just would like to highlight, as leaders, we have to express a vision, communicate authentically, act on things, seek clarity, and keep things simple. So those are just my insights for this morning with regards to how to manage the organization during a crisis. Okay, so Jester.
Hi. All right. We're just waiting for our next speaker to connect. So meanwhile, we're opening the session. No? Should you have any questions, just place it down below, and then our speaker will try to answer those questions. And then may I also inform you that we will be having a working lunch break, since available naman ito, no, sa home natin, no, very Marireach naman natin yung ating mga plates, no? So pwede naman natin na mapanood ditong live session, no, while we are taking our lunch. So let's just wait for our next speaker to connect. And then if wala tayong questions, we'll take a break muna. We'll take a break muna. All right, thank you for tuning in with us. So again, we still have time. So kung meron kayong questions, comment lang kayo dito sa ating live video on Facebook group dito sa Luzon HR Council. So we have a lot of viewers actually, no? Nasa 131 and kanina umabot siya ng 180. So sana, no, marami pa makapag-join dito, and invite also others, no, to join this Facebook group Luzon HR Council. Okay, so standby at magkakaroon nga tayo ng announcement of winners later para dito sa mechanics natin at game for the raffle na 15% discount coupon of the CPHR Distant Learning Program. Not this June 18 and 19 but on the next assembly. So yun, 5 winners ang ating bibigyan ng papremyo dito. So beside from your topic, Ms. Vivian, do you have anything to share while we are waiting for the next speaker?
Okay. I think probably what happened to my
Yeah, so we have our next speaker na.
Sure.
All right, so we'll let you go and we'll see you later again this afternoon. Thank you again, Ms. Vivian, for joining this Philippine HR Assembly 2020.
Thank you very much as well. Thank you all.
All right, we're just waiting for our next speaker to connect. All right, there we have it, our next speaker for this session. Hello, Ms. Vivian. Hello, Ms. Giselle. Good morning to you. Hello, Ms. Giselle. Good morning. Can you connect your audio? All right, good morning again to everyone who's tuning in with us today. So next topic for this day is the business continuity planning and enterprise. So it's not just the household members, but businesses and organizations are also forced to adapt to this situation in order to survive. So if you don't have a business continuity plan in place to help you respond to the global pandemic, then you're putting your business at risk. So to help you prepare and face this global pandemic, Ms. Giselle De Guzman will guide you through this situation, through business continuity planning and enterprise resilience. So again, let's check Ms. Giselle if she can hear us fine. Ms. Giselle, are you there? Can you put your microphone on and accept the
yeah, just
all right, I think we're hearing you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
And accept the all right, great. So now let us introduce to you our next speaker. Okay, Ms. Giselle De Guzman, is a strategic HR leaders with proven track record in managing dynamic teams across industries, BPO shared services, manufacturing, travel and event management, government services,
In managing dynamic
and he is also a highly motivated and self-initiated leader who creatively employed various approaches and developed programs which effectively impacted organization. Either established or startups, huge or small, multinational or local, she is also an engaging leader who meticulously spots talents and develops them to their rich potential. Ms. Giselle demonstrates an open leadership style which cultivates employee engagement, retention, integration, and diversity. So this speaker has also a strong multidiscipline administrative management such as general services, policies, facilities, compliance, systems, management, finance, legal, and corporate governance. Without further ado, Ms. Giselle de Guzman.
Thank you, Jester. And a pleasant day to all. I do hope wherever you are, you're all safe and doing well. So, yes, I'm Giselle de Guzman. I am the Chief HR Officer of Direct Sourcing Solutions. We are an IT BPO solutions company located in the Clark Freeport Zone in the province of Pampanga. So I have been tasked to, hold on, let me just share my screen. Okay, so I have been tasked to talk about business continuity planning and enterprise resilience. I do feel honored and proud, and at the same time humbled that I was given this opportunity to talk about our own experience when it comes to implementing business continuity planning, or BCP. I hope after this session, you will learn a thing or two about business continuity planning and how, and hopefully it can help you in your organizations to navigate what many would call as the complexities of BCP. My understanding is that some or many of the participants of this webinar have not yet implemented BCP in their respective organizations. So I thought it would be for the best interest of everyone if we could bring down the discussion to a more general, to more basic and simplistic approach so that everyone will have a better understanding and appreciation about BCP and what it entails. So first things first, what is the definition of BCP? Here it is defined as the process involved in creating a system of prevention and recovery from potential threats to a company. So it's quite straightforward, but then if you want to simplify it further, then we can just make use of the actual words used in the title, which means business continuity planning is about the planning being undertaken by companies so they can continue their business operations even in the event of a disaster or business disruption. So that is, for me, a clear definition of BCP, and it sounds simpler and easier to undertake. Of course, I know that you have questions like what's the difference between disaster recovery, emergency management plan, contingency planning, continuity management, risk management. All of these are part of business continuity planning. They are what we would call as subsets or components of the bigger picture, which is business continuity planning. But of course, a plan would not move. You need to implement the plan. You need a system to create it. You need resources. You need people. You need the involvement of key parties. Of course, you have to define the scope, the structure. How do you communicate the plan? And of course, you need to have well thought of procedures. We will discuss this further later on, But what I would like to emphasize right now is this. Top management's commitment is most critical because without the management giving their support and directive, any good plan will not succeed. It will just fail. So it's like it will be a useless effort on your part if you just start the BCP without any support coming from your top management. And what do we cover? What do we cover?
All right, we'll try to fix the screen first. I think the main screen is showing. All right, that's great.
Okay, so were you able to see the previous slides?
Yeah, we were showing, the main screen is actually appearing, but now it's okay.
Okay, all right. So I don't need to go back to any of the previous slides, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is included when you do BCP? Of course, especially in the Philippines, this is a disaster-prone country. We have a lot of natural disasters in the form of typhoon, we have earthquakes, we have flooding, we also have volcanic eruption, and then of course there are accidents like fire and cyber attack. So what we have to do is to classify, okay, what's the highest risk in your respective organizations. Like if you are in a dilapidated building, so I think fire will be the most will be your top risk. So we have natural disasters, that's earthquake, typhoon, hurricane, flooding, volcanic eruption, and then for accidents, we have fire, chemical spill, and then man-made disasters can be cyber attack, explosions, arson, active shooting, terrorist attack, forest fire, and of course, now we are experiencing health crisis or a pandemic, which right now we cannot classify if it's a natural disaster or an accident or a man-made disaster because we still don't know the origin of the COVID-19. Specifically, we have to come up with specifically we have to come up with BCPs for each disaster. Like the BCP for earthquake will be different from a typhoon. It will be different for a cyber attack. So it has to be very specific planning for each possible occurrence. But nowadays, it seems that everyone's talking about BCP. Like we hear it every time. So it has become a byword. And I think this was brought about by the need for us to act fast because of the uncertainties brought about by the pandemic. All of a sudden, we were asked by the government to lock down. That at least for Central Luzon, that was on March 16. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare, but then we just have to follow government instructions. So what we see right now is that a lot of businesses have been affected because of the lack of prior planning and preparation. And it's not looking good because the dim prospects is now hitting the global economy. And business leaders have to look inwards to look for solutions because if they need to survive, then they have to act at this point. Not next year, but at this time. So again, BCP is now a business necessity. It can no longer be put back in the back burner. And I know these are the usual excuses that's been given to us by our managers, by our bosses, wherein maybe a year ago we wanted to come up with a BCP, but we were met with these excuses like it's expensive, we can't afford it, it's the least in our priority, we are okay for now, let's do this in the future when we are bigger, not needed, it will not happen, we have no one who can do it, and it's not even a business, it's not even a client requirement. And then the unexpected happened. So that's when many were caught flat-footed. That's when many were caught unprepared. But just the same, we were expected to do something out of this. Now, I thought for a clearer discussion, we will need a springboard. We will need a case study so we can set our expectations using one case study. Okay, so this is the World Trade Center, Towers 1 and 2. This picture, of course, was taken during the heyday of New York City, wherein the two towers were still majestically standing tall. The towers stood at 110 stories during their completion in 1973. They have become one of the iconic symbols of New York City. And as you know, they were located in the World Trade Center complex in the financial district in Lower Manhattan, and that's located in the heart of New York City. It housed a lot of tenants like financial institutions, banks, headquarters of multinational companies, government offices, professional firms, and even the New York Board of Trade. So it was definitely the most prestigious business address at that time. It's like here in the Philippines, when we were younger, we said to ourselves, oh, okay, I'd like to work in Makati. Or later on, it was Ortigas. And then now it's BGC. So it's something like that. No? This is where professionals would want to work. So this would just show the beauty of these buildings. Now, I would like you to imagine for a moment that you are working in your current companies right now, and one morning you woke up late. You're working in your current companies right now, which have a posh office in one of the towers, meaning you are located maybe at the 80th floor of Tower 2, but one day you woke up late, and then on your way to the office, this is what you saw. This is the vision that many people will never forget. No? I do remember watching this live on CNN way back. That was on September 11 of 2001. This, of course, is the very tragic tragic event wherein terrorists hijacked 4 planes, and 2 planes were intentionally crashed into the 2 towers. There were 2 other sites which were affected. That's the Pentagon building in Washington and Shanksville, Pennsylvania. So these were the other photos captured wherein we saw that the buildings were on fire and people were trying to get out of the buildings whatever way they can. So yes, so people were trying to get out fast or get away from the site. Just to consider too, it was not only the 2 towers that were damaged or affected. You have to take into consideration the 1 kilometer radius from the World Trade Center. So a lot of buildings were also affected during that time and damaged. So based on the records, there were almost 3,000 people who were killed at the site because the crash happened just a little past 8 o'clock in the morning. So many people were just starting their day. Maybe some were drinking coffee and some were just starting their work. And yeah, so many were physically disabled. Many suffered grave illness, and until now, many are reported to have post-traumatic traumatic syndrome. Okay, so going back to our imagination, do you think with this aftermath, now we see that the buildings, the two towers, were reduced to these rubble. So this was eventually called the ground zero. Do you think that if your company, your present company, is occupying an office in these two buildings or in the surrounding buildings, do you think you will be able to resume your business operations in a week or maybe a month? I think that's the question that we will have to ask ourselves as we start planning for BCP. This, of course, is one of the most tragic incidents. And in terms of planning for BCP, this will be our worst case scenario. Because unlike what we are experiencing right now with the COVID pandemic, at least our offices, our workplaces are still standing. No, we can still access our files. We can still go to our offices as needed. But this particular incident, the 9/11, has reduced everything. There was nothing that can be recovered. So this will be our springboard when we think about how do we want to go about in preparing for our BCP. I hope it will give us good perspective, because not all tragedies, not all disasters are the same, but this one has the most impact, wherein everything was almost gone. Plus, of course, the lives of your employees. So it is very severe and has a very huge impact, even in the economy of the country. Like in this instance, this has impacted the U.S. economy for quite a while. So 9/11 will go down in history as one of the most costly and devastating tragedies to hit the business world. You can just imagine the billions of dollars lost in terms of IT infrastructure, and there's just no way that this can be physically rebuilt and recovered. But some companies prepared ahead. No, during that time, 2001, there were already some companies providing disaster recovery services, wherein they can provide backup and redundancy setups located elsewhere. So we would really say that the 9/11 tragedy has defined the need for business continuity planning in the business world. And it also set the standards, at least the minimum standards for BCP planning, because it requires us to plan for the worst case scenario. That scenario will help us in eventually surviving the most devastating disasters. And of course, there were a lot of lessons. There were a lot of realizations from the 9/11 tragedy. And all of a sudden, business leaders were saying, okay, we need to have a BCP. And this was the time wherein those who did not go ahead with their plan just had to say, yeah, I was wrong. So we go back to these excuses. It's expensive. We can't afford it. I think we can align some of our budget. It's the least in our priority. It's definitely one of our top priorities. We are okay for now. Let's do this in the future when we are bigger. No, the time to do it is now. And then it's not needed, it will not happen. It will happen, because even if it may not happen, other disasters will. We have no one who can do it. You can hire someone. It's not a client requirement, no, because now many clients are asking for BCP from their suppliers. So the key lesson BCP is one of the key management systems that would define the future of a business. It is actually the roadmap of organizations to survive uncertainties. Okay, we have to go through the general process because this is the actual process for you to develop BCP. But as I've said earlier, we want to break it down to something more general, more basic. So we will just run through these processes just so you have an idea what are the components and how to go about it. But I don't think we have time to discuss in detail all of the points. So as mentioned by Ms. Vivian earlier, when you come up with a plan, you should always have a review and updating process. And it should also reflect the current needs of the organization, because if the size of your organization right now is just small and then you're moving up to mid-size, then of course you have to adjust in terms of the needs of your organization, because I think you will have more people, you will have more investment, you have higher risk. So you have to take into consideration this planning. And then also you have to define or identify the decision points and who are responsible to make the decisions during a disaster. There are 3 stages to creating a BCP. Number 1, which is the most important, is to conduct a risk assessment and an analysis of the impact on the business. And then develop and document the BCP, and then test, approve, and implement the BCP. So under risk assessment, that's risk evaluation and business impact analysis. And under develop and document business continuity plan, that's develop recovery strategy and document plan. And the last one, that's test, approve, and implement business continuity plan. That's test plan, approve, and implement plan. And then of course, you have to maintain it. So this would just define further what's needed per level or stage of implementation. No? So risk evaluation, that's identify critical business functions, and then business impact analysis, identify risk and impact on business functions. And then I think this is the second one, develop and document BCP. So you have to develop recovery strategy, document the plan, and then test and implement BCP. That's the third one. That's test plan, approve, and implement plan. And of course, you maintain the plan. So as I've said, we're not going to go into detail with this general process, because what I would want to highlight is the simplified approach that I think will be more practical for SMEs, like many of our participating companies which are in attendance today. And I will not also be sharing the BCP of our company, Direct Sourcing Solutions. Instead, what I will share are the practices that we have, what's the setup that we have in our company, which we believe have helped us in our transition to our current situation. So company overview, we are a technology company. So we have presence in New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Hawaii. So these are more of sales offices. But the bulk of the work, especially for operations, it's being carried out in the Philippines. This is where our back office for client delivery solutions is. Our clients are located in Asia Pacific region and of course Hawaii, and most of which are into digital business consulting and technology. Our company prides itself as a technology-enabled company. We invest quite a lot in terms of technology because we believe that these are important in ensuring efficiency and high performance. Especially, these are required and expected from us being a supplier for digital business consulting and technology companies. So we have established our own BCP way back in 2018. It was just like any other BCP, we have to cover the imminent threats, cyber attack, earthquake, fire, and typhoon. And this is what I am proud of, which I was trying to emphasize earlier, is that our BCP is top management initiated and sponsored. So our planning committee is attended by the top management team, whereby decisions are easily made because when we talk about resources, those in attendance are in the know. We understand what's the requirement and what we are capable of providing, and from there we are able to come up with decisions quite faster. And of course, we provide our clients with a copy of our DCP. By the way, our company right now is currently undergoing preparation for ISO QMS accreditation. So what are the features of our BCP? Number one, in terms of organization, the management and staff support, the BCP is top management driven. We have a defined structure of the responsibilities of each person, specifically those coming from top management, is well defined. We have a well-experienced, progressive, and technology-capable management team. I think I'm the only one who is not techie. The rest of the management team members are all into technology. It's like they breathe technology. It's like they talk about servers, they talk about software applications like it's an ordinary thing. But for me, it is a struggle. But despite that, I have learned to love technology, even if I was struggling. But I have no choice, because it is really important right now that we embrace technology. So we have process-driven way of doing things, and these are documented. And yes, our staff are tech savvy. It's like there's a new app, there's a new technology, they can just proceed with it. There's no way for them to feel afraid of transitioning to a new software application. It's just like they just embrace it. It's so easy for them. So this is one of our strengths, I would say, because at this stage wherein digital transformation is the most important, we have to educate, we have to train and retrain our people on the use of technology. But our staff are already, they are really tech savvy. Location, we are located in a prime business location. It's a high-grade building with proper security management and NOC. And of course, we have a power generator. The generator of the building would switch on after 15 seconds of power failure. So this is a very good way to support businesses such as our own. Our landlord and the property management company also periodically conduct emergency evacuation drills for all tenants. And Clark, as you know, is a fenced territory. It has its own administration, it has its own security force and fire department. So in the event of a fire incident, we won't be relying only on the LGUs to respond, but CDC has its own fire department. Also, the Clark International Airport Corporation can support. IT infrastructure and support. This is where we put our money in. Maybe you will say, "Oh my goodness, it's you have redundancy set up with 4 internet service providers." Yes, we have those because we can't afford to rely only on one ISP. So we have 4. And then we have top-grade network infrastructure. We have high-quality server equipment. We have secured network, server network, firewall, cabling, and of course, we use cloud for backup storage. And another redundancy is local backup to network attached storage. And of course, our IT conducts regular backup and encryption. And we have UPS for all PCs. So it's really a lot of investment when it comes to our IT infrastructure and support. Even our cabling, it's not just we hire just anyone to do our internet cabling. There's a specific standard that we have to follow, because it doesn't matter that you have 50 Mbps, but if the cabling was not correctly done, then the internet capability will also go down. And we use a lot of information and management systems and tools. So we have a lot of software applications. For HR and admin, we have our HR information system. Of course, it has leave application aside from the usual repository. It also has data analytics. And then for biometric timekeeping system, on site in the office, we have finger scanning, which is connected to another software, which our timekeeper can just upload. And then now, because we are all working from home, we just do, we cannot access, of course, our finger scanning on site. So what we do is make use of a facial recognition application, which states, okay, whenever they do a selfie, even the location of the employee is reflected on that selfie. And then we have company-wide communication channel. This is very important for us because we're able to keep everyone updated, especially for announcements coming from HR, and everyone is on it. So it's like we get information right on time. We also have intranet. This is where we post and upload various policies and procedures so that our employees can have direct access anytime. And we also have visitor registration system. This includes NDA. This is also for security purposes. When we have visitors inside our office, we have to make sure that they comply also with the requirements of our security policy. For recruitment, we have applicant tracking system. So we no longer use manual procedures. The applicant tracking system is very important for us because it gives full access to hiring managers on what has been done in terms of a candidate, the status of a candidate, like has it been reviewed, has this been has the candidate been phone screened, did he pass the exams, how was the interview, what was the score of the exam, so something like that. It's all there in the system. So it's very easy for us to go back to previous applicants and just take a look if they meet the requirements of a new client. So at this time, this is very helpful for us because we don't need paper documents to check and look into, just to know what are the comments of the hiring managers for the candidates. And then of course we do online exams, that's for technical exams, and all of the interviews are done online. We've been using Skype way back, and of course later on Zoom. Okay, so for accounting and finance, we have cloud-based accounting system. This helps us a lot in keeping track of all the receipts and all of the financial records that we have to access anytime. So even at this time, it's so easy for them. There are no more paper documents that will be accessed to. So everything is cloud-based. Everything is a digital copy. So we have, of course, online payroll and bank transactions. So everything is done through the banks, through our bank's online system. And we even have expense claim software. This is for reimbursement of those who are frequently reimbursing expenses. Our operations also have productivity management tool, which is being used for client-based employees, and also timekeeping tool for clients, because some clients are very particular about the time spent by the staff, by the employees on a particular project. So we have this, and then we're also able to monitor, aside from the usual KPIs, we're able to monitor how they are progressing and how much time they are using for a particular project. So we also are able to come up with work order of which are sent to clients. So we have done away with any manual processing. For sales, we have customer relationship management. This is where our sales would able to monitor and also update what are the statuses of the new clients, or the new, what you call that, the new prospects. We also have call management solution. This is internet based. We don't use the regular phones for long distance phone calls. Especially our sales, they call up various companies in various countries. And then for our IT, we have a ticketing system and then cloud-based storage. For health and safety, we have an established emergency evacuation practices and procedures. And we have been periodically providing health and safety bulletin since way back and even until now. So for our business, it's not easy for us to gather our employees for updates on health and safety, but we are able to do this electronically or online. It does save us time, and it is more convenient, especially for those who are client engaged. For communication, we are able to do timely communication with our internal staff through our company-wide communication tools, and also direct messaging. And of course, we have surveys. On the other hand, for our clients, we do constant communication with them. We also give them updates through emails and also some advisories. And of course, one thing also that has helped us in successfully implementing our BCP is our deployment and distribution channel. So we have established our transportation and logistics. We have so far tested and survived 2 major occurrences, which I would say have tested our BCP. Number one was the major earthquake in April 22 in 2019. And of course, our existing dilemma, which is the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, which started from March 16 up to the present. So for the major earthquake, it was a good thing. We were lucky because it happened on an Easter Monday. So many of our staff, it's like 50% of our staff were on holiday, and only 50% were in the office at that time. And because the earthquake happened after 5 o'clock, so some of the employees were able to get out of the building already. But yes, it was quite strong. We felt it strongly because we were in the 8th floor. Buildings were really swaying, and it was quite dramatic because we were in the pantry, and the 3 water dispensers just fell down, and there was power outage. It was really scary. I really felt that was the end. And we we were able to evacuate safely, all of us, and account for everyone. And the next day, because of the minimal damage to the building, there were just some masonry cracks. Plus, there was power, there was internet. We were able to go back to the office the next day. However, we realized that the staff were quite wary. They were still afraid because there were aftershocks happening. So we sent everyone home. And of course, at that time, the elevators were not operating, were not functional. So we had to use the stairs from the ground floor to the 8th floor. So it wasn't the worst case. It wasn't the worst situation. However, it was also difficult for us. So we declared 2 days without work because Wednesday there was still a major aftershock, and then we had to wait for the building administrator to give us a safety clearance coming from the building experts. That was our guarantee that it's safe for everyone to come back to the building. And during that time, we were giving constant updates to our employees. We were doing it through our communication channel. And of course, we have to address the concerns of employees. And of course, we have to allay their fears. Many were afraid to go back to the office because, they saw pictures of cracks on the wall. So of course, it wasn't easy not to appease them. But given that there was a clearance coming from experts, then that was the time when we assured everyone, okay, it's safe to go back. Also, the clients were given timely communication also. And most of them have expressed their support, their understanding that, okay, they understand that their resources have to be off work for at least 2 days. And then during that time also, some employees were able to work from home because some clients agreed that their resources will work from home instead. Okay, and now it's the COVID-19 pandemic that we have to work around with our BCP. We had to create a new BCP for this health crisis because it wasn't included in our original BCP. And we have started planning for it 3 weeks ahead, 3 weeks before the government imposed lockdown. And we were constantly reviewing and updating it because there were so many developments coming forward. The plan really was for everyone to work from home. That was essential for us. There was no other plan like 50% will stay in the office. No, it's like the general plan was for everyone to work from home. And how do we transition to that plan? And of course, number one, we had to conduct inventory. What's the number of available PCs or spare PCs that we have? How many pocket Wi-Fis do we have? And also we conducted an inventory among staff, like who are willing to use their own PCs and those who have internet connection at home, and what were their internet connection speed, like is it 10 Mbps, 20 Mbps, because we know what will be the minimum, at least if the employee is delivering software development services. And then, of course, we had to purchase additional PCs and pocket Wi-Fi. And then we secured in advance a permit to bring out some of the machines. And then employees were asked to start filling up equipment loan forms, especially those who have indicated that they don't have a reliable PC in their homes. We also have established deployment and delivery. We have the addresses of the employees who need PCs delivered to their homes with specific directional instructions. Our driver wanted uh, the use of Google Map, and he was very specific regarding this because time was of the essence. And then, of course, we did timely communication to employees. That was before we activated the plan. We had a all hands meeting with all of the staff, informing them about 3 scenarios at least. So scenario 1, what will be our action? Scenario 2, and then scenario 3. And then from there, that's when we were supposed to activate the BCP. And then we had to communicate, of course, during the implementation and immediately right after. And of course, we were giving regular updates. And later on, maybe a month after, when we have all been working from home, we have conducted a survey among the employees because we had to check how are they doing during this pandemic. Are they able to work properly and effectively in their homes? How do they feel about work from home? And of course, there are also concerns about mental illness, or maybe not mental illness, but the fact that people are more anxious nowadays and feel more stressed. So we needed to check on them, how they're feeling during this time. And then, of course, management has regularly been communicating with clients regarding the plan before we activated it. And then, of course, we sought their concurrence. Specifically, it is important for us to get the approval of clients, specifically for work from home arrangement, because as we all know, data security is the major issue for work from home arrangement. And then we started also to distribute extra PCs and gadgets in at least 3 key locations. So some PCs and gadgets were distributed in Angeles City. Some were brought to my house in San Fernando, and some PCs were brought to Tarlac. This is important for us because we will be able to respond better for employees who needed replacement of PCs. So if we will recall, March 16 afternoon was the declaration of the lockdown for the whole of Central Luzon. But morning of March 16, we have already made the decision. We have already communicated with the staff that, okay, we are activating the plan and please start preparing. Okay, of course, we were expecting that everyone will still render work until the end of operating hours, or until 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, but everyone started preparing, especially those who needed to bring home some gadgets. So it was like, yeah, we planned ahead of the government because we couldn't wait for the government to tell us, okay, we're on lockdown, okay, work from home. No, we cannot wait for that. It is our responsibility to ensure that our clients are satisfied with our services, with the continuous delivery of our services. So we have to work in advance to get this done. And what was the outcome? So March 17 morning, we were 85% operational. So that was what we call, it was successful because, 85%, while some BPO companies just received directive on March 17 to do work from home moving forward. So in our case, we have started work from home morning of March 17. and we were almost 100% operational. You know, there were just a few staff who weren't able to get their PCs on time or had to go home to their provinces. That's why they could not set up immediately. So disruption on client work was very minimal. And many clients have expressed their satisfaction and they were really happy with our transition. And until now, so far, there are no complaints. And most of our employees are happy. We're happy and are still happy with the work from home arrangement and the transition. For some, it's their first time to do work from home, so they were really excited. That's why we have to come up with reminders for them that for them to be effective in doing work from their homes is that they have to manage their time, and then they have to designate a specific location or specific place wherein they can work. Because they should not be working in their bedrooms as much as possible because it's just so inviting. And yes, sales activities have been continuous. I know many are saying they've lost clients. There's just no new business coming in. It's not easy even for us, but we see that it's not hopeless because actually we have a new client which has signed up, and we have one of our biggest clients who decided during the lockdown that they're going to expand their business with us. And our sales team is still actively pursuing additional clients as of this time. So client engagement activities are still continuous. Recruitment activities was not interrupted, was not disrupted. It is continuous until now because we have started implementing everything online. I think start of February, we didn't have any candidate coming to the office for interviews or exams. So we have been using technology start of February, and until now we were just continuing our process. So we have actually hired new people and have onboarded a new staff last week. So the delivery of HR services is still continuous, but of course it's limited. I sent an email to everyone. Okay, what are the services that we can provide? Like specifically for the government offices like SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig, it's everything should be done online. So they cannot expect the usual support that they get from us. And of course, we cannot do employee events, so we just try to manage the expectations of all of the employees because it's a different situation now. Financial transactions are also continuous because all of the transactions, all of the receipts are in the cloud. And the only predicament that we have right now is we have been experiencing some delays in the processing of some payments, and also in the movement of some funds coming in from the other countries because of the shorter bank hours and the limited days that the banks are operating. IT support services are still continuous, 90% carried out remotely. So we would say that the outcome has really been encouraging for us. The low downtime and immediate work delivery, wherein the work has been unhampered, at least for most of the clients, it was unhampered. We can say that we have proven ourselves as a dependent business partner of our clients. We have proven our resilience and dependability as a supplier for our clients. So it bolsters client confidence in our services, in our capability to act expeditiously, to act fast, and effectively manage the risk and uncertainties. Okay, so as I promised, we are going to tackle this in a more simplified approach. maybe some of you have started to do BCP preparation and just found that, you know, the technical terms are too intimidating. You know, there are a lot of processes, and maybe you don't know if you have the capability to do this at the moment. So I thought the best way is to simplify the steps, so you will have a better understanding that you can actually implement this without going through all of these difficult processes that we have seen in the other slides. So the simple steps that we can begin with are: analyze the needs of your organization, develop the plan, identify the management structure, maximize use of technology, training, communication, health and safety, document, review, test if able, and of course, to update. Okay, so analyze the needs of your organization. You can do this by risk identification. The first thing that you have to do is identify what are your current risks. So my example earlier was, what if you are in a dilapidated building? So fire will be your most imminent threat, I would believe, because of faulty wiring. And then from there, what are the other potential risks? So you have to identify. And then you have to rank this from topmost to the less critical, because you have to handle first the most critical. And then how will this risk impact your organization? How will this impact your business processes? So that's what you have to start planning for. And then the organization. Number one, I will emphasize this: you have to get management's direction. You have to get management support. Without their support, your BCP will not succeed, because as you will see later on, there's a lot of investment needed. There's a lot of resources that will come to play for you to have a successful BCP. So here, you have to be practical. You have to look into the goals of the company. You have to look into the short-term and long-term goals. For long-term goals, I think that's quite easy. If your horizon is at least 5 years, 10 years, that's long-term. Or maybe at this time, with so much uncertainty, okay, let's put it at 2 years. 2 years above, that's long-term. But short-term, you also have to know what's the direction of the business. Because what if you are planning to invest on this software, but your boss said there's a probability that in 2 months, the business will close shop. So what's the point of investing that much or that amount if you can't even recoup your investment, or you can't even maximize it in 2 years time, in 2 months time? So you have to be practical. You have to look, okay, what's the goal of the business, specifically short term? And then you have to align the goals of the company with the planning. Most companies, of course, when they set up, they're looking at the long haul. No, but some companies, as we see nowadays, they would just be operational for a year, or maybe some even less than a year. So you have to do the alignment. You have to do planning versus the goals of the company. And of course, be realistic in setting priorities. The needs of a company with only 10 employees will differ from the needs of a company with 1,000 employees. And of course, you have to develop the plan. The plan should be good. The plan is a good plan if it can be understood. No, it should be concise, easy to understand, practical, and executable. And then, of course, the factors that you have to consider are the size of the organization, the industry, location, financial capability, and priorities, because the needs of your organizations will be different based on the size and your industry specifically, and of course, your location. You can use a checklist and then identify what are the gaps that are non-existing based on your current system to the requirements. And of course, you go for practical and cost-effective strategies. Resource planning, take an inventory of the resources already existing. And then of course, you look at the budget. Ask your management how much budget can be allocated for BCP, and then start coming up with alternative solutions and backups. And of course, you have to look at the deployment and distribution channel. Use technology. Technology is our best friend right now, which we'll discuss later. And then of course, communication and facilities, the location, structure. Do you have a power generator in your building? The mobility, how fast can you move? And of course, is there an insurance policy in place? And of course, if you are part of the supply chain, you have to identify alternative suppliers. It's happening right now because many of the manufacturing companies are sourcing their materials, raw materials from China, and they have to stop production because they couldn't get any from China during the lockdown. And then you have to organize the team. If this is very important, you have to start choosing who among your team members will be part of the planning, and then maybe you have people that you can either retrain. If not, you have to hire a new person. The best person is someone who has been involved in ISO, and then identify process owners, specifically for operations, IT, HR, finance, and maybe logistics, warehousing. Decision making, identify decision points and the decision makers. And then for the processes, you can identify the most critical functions and processes, and of course, identify backup processes. You also have to identify recovery processes and the resources needed for number one, primary plan and the backup plan, and plan for contingency, like start sourcing, get proposals, and start reviewing. And then the management structure, you have to identify who will be involved and what the roles will be for the primary management team, and of course the secondary, and who are the project sponsors, the implementers, and of course the whole organizational structure. Okay. Technology is key at this point in time. We have seen even traditional businesses moving their business online, like hardwares, groceries. This is what we call now as a digital transformation. We have to start innovating. And these are just some of the applications that I think will be useful for organizations, however the size will be. So look at automating your processes. So automate your systems, and then best is for HR, you have your HRIS, you have your biometric timekeeping, you have payroll, internal communication channels. For recruitment, you need applicant tracking system, if you can afford it, accounting system, if cloud-based, that's the best one. I know many are still using Excel, but it will be difficult for you to have to transition to BCP if you only rely on manual. And then CRM, inventory management, online banking, and of course, use cloud storage. This is very important. And this is one of the ways wherein you can do backups, which is not very costly. Redundancy in internet service providers. Please do not rely only on one ISP. If your ISP goes down, even for a day, and no one can work, that's very costly for you. So please consider another ISP so you will have redundancy. If you can afford this one, which is quite expensive, hire the services of an offsite server. It means that your files will be stored in an offsite server, not in your respective building or office. And then, of course, you have to buy additional computer units, like because of the lockdown, we couldn't even buy additional machines. So even if we need to replace, if we have to replace the machines of our people, you can't do that because it's the stores are closed. So for us, we were able to prepare for this. We were able to buy a number of machines that we are using now as backup. And then, of course, dongles or pocket Wi-Fi. And of course, you need power backup. I hope you have a power generator in your offices or in your buildings. And then, of course, you have to do training or awareness, at least for the rest of the members of your team. But the BCP team, for the minimum, should be trained for the respective roles. And of course, the BCP should be rolled out to the whole organization. And start including it in the induction of new employees, and it should be accessible to all. So if you have like an intranet, or you can post it, I don't know, in your online repository, then that will be good because your employees can access it. And communication. You have to develop a communication plan for all stakeholders. Devise the approach for each level. The communication for your employees will be different from your clients, will be different from your suppliers, and of course from the other stakeholders. So a good company-wide communication channel is a must because you have to reach out to all of the employees. So you have to make sure that you can reach them. You can't rely only on mobile phones because it will take you a lot of time, before you can cover everyone. So you have to identify who will deliver the communication. So most likely it will be the CEO or the president, because we need the direction coming from the head of the organization. And then, of course, what tool to use. Will it be face-to-face? Will it be an all-hands meeting? Or will it be through video or email? And then you have to have an updated directory of employees. And of course, ensure timely communication is made to all stakeholders. And of course, try to prepare frequently asked questions because there will be a lot of questions coming, especially from your staff. And of course, health and safety. Planning for the health and safety of all our employees is the primary consideration. Even if we have guests in the building, we have to consider them. They should not be left out. Example, we needed to evacuate. And then we have to make sure that we are compliant to the requirements of occupational safety because there are specific measures and regulations that are specified and should be observed and practiced. Our health and safety team should also be active and visible in promoting health and safety programs. And everyone should have the chance to take part in the actual emergency drills. And prior information dissemination or training to all employees is needed from the time of onboarding as necessary. And of course, we need a lot of visual signages positioned in conspicuous places in our workplace. And then document. All BCP processes should be properly documented. It should be concise. It's easy to understand, and of course, readable. Processes should be written in a straightforward language. Yes, clear and simple instructions. And the BCP is a working document, subject to regular review and updating. It's not a document that you made 2 years ago and has not been checked, has not been updated or reviewed. You have to continuously review it because the needs are changing every now and then. So we have to adopt it to the changes. Review. If you have the capability to do testing, then please do so quarterly, semi-annually, and annually. And then after an incident or a disaster, that is the best time to review how effective your BCP was, and then update it afterwards. And Okay, any ambiguity in the implementation should be documented, because if like the instructions weren't clear during the evacuation process, then this should be considered in your review. And then of course, this has been mentioned earlier, it's a working document, you have to update it. Any minor and major revisions should be communicated at least to the employees. And then new government rulings and other statutory requirements will have a material effect on the BCP and should be included in it. I think that's a lot of information. My goal is to encourage you to start doing your BCPs. And the purpose really was for me to simplify the approach. And I don't know if it's clear enough, but if I may I summarize the important points for you to be encouraged to already start your BCP process. Okay, it's a necessity, so you have to do it now. The first step in the process is, you have to get management's commitment and support, and everything else will follow. You have to understand your business survival needs. If the company is looking only to survive 2 months, yeah, it will be a different story. But of course, if you're looking at 5 years and even expanding your business, then you really have to make decisive action. You really have to make the investment. And yeah, do not be deterred by, the big words, the complicated terminologies. A simple plan or basic plan is better than not having one at all. So you can just start with a simple plan and then build up using updates, and later on you'll be able to come up with a more holistic or more complete plan. And there's no such thing as over planning. Me, when it comes to planning, I'm quite overacting, because you have to consider so many factors, and I don't really mind if I have overplanned, for as long as I know that and I'm confident that I was able to cover everything. And definitely BCP can be done, so please do it now. The late John F. Kennedy, the former president of the US, said, "There are risks and costs to a program of action, but they are far less than the long-ranging costs of comfortable inaction." And if that's not enough, this last reminder from Sir Winston Churchill: "He who fails to plan is planning to fail." So I hope this is a wake-up call. We don't need another 9/11 to shake us up. But, every now and then we will have disruption, we will have disasters coming, and we have to prepare. It is to survive all the disruptions, all the uncertainties, and we have to do it for our business. So that's the last part. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. And I hope you learned something from today's discussion on business continuity planning.
All right, so that's a great quote to end your session. He who fails to plan is planning to fail. So again, I would like to thank Ms. Giselle for this productive and fruitful session. Hopefully, depending on her availability, mukhang marami nagre-request. We can have a separate session from her. Tignan natin kung available siya, baka makapag-provide siya ng separate session for this. Now, indeed, that 2020 is a challenging year for businesses and organizations due to the coronavirus outbreak. Not only it is impacting the lives of people around the world, it is also impacting the global economy locally. Global economy and locally. With this outbreak, it really an impact on small business owners. We have seen a lot of small businesses shutting down, offboarding huge number of employees. So what you can do as a leader during these challenging times, as shared by Miss Giselle, no, even sharing the overview of their company BCP to you as an example. Okay, no, a recap on her session was, no, nowadays BCP has becoming a byword. Okay, no, the unprecedented disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic shook many organizations and businesses globally. So now BCP is now a business necessity. No, it can no longer be put in the back burner. Okay, business owners have to invest and commit on it. No, they have to look over. No, look past the past unusual excuses like, no, it's expensive, we can't afford it. No, it's the least in our priority. Okay, we are okay for now. But look what happened. No, they are now gasping for survival. And syempre, dating unexpected happened. So again, no, a recap, no, ano ba yung mga steps, no? Identify, step 1, identify risk assessment, no? Am I showing my main screen? Okay, yan, para makita nyo ako, okay? Yun, step 1, identify risk assessment, no? Analyze. Step 2, business impact analysis, no? Step 3, create strategy and plan development. And then step 4, ano ba yung step 4 natin, no? Yung sustain, okay? To sustain. All right, so let's move on to our next speaker. I know you've been waiting for our next speaker. Mukhang maraming fans ang ating next speaker. Let's check if our next speaker is here. Can you please put your mic on mute? Paki-unmute. Mr. Awi, are you there?
Yes.
All right, he's here. So though it's lunchtime, no, please keep your window open. No, grab your plates, grab your lunch, and while enjoying your sumptuous lunch, no, and getting your stomach filled in, we will also gonna be feeding your neurons with interesting and beneficial tips and ideas. No, my team and I have been communicating a lot for over the last 2 weeks. No, with our leadership team, with our operations team, and with our clients. This disruption, COVID-19, has affected our businesses and the speed of decisions we as an organization have made as a result is unprecedented. No? This time, for almost a 2-decade HR professional, Mr. Christian Awi Villarin will talk more about how to battle communication risk with his topic, leading and communicating through catastrophe. So let's check again if Mr. Awi is here. Would you like to greet your audience and turn on your camera?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Yan, good afternoon. So let's start. I'm going to introduce Mr. Awi. So Mr. Christian Awi Villarin, an almost a total of 2-decade HR professional, have worked in various industries like hotels, resorts, spa, restaurants, theme park, facilities, and services. No, his field of excellence includes talent acquisition and retention, labor and employee relations, training and development, and compensation and benefits. His experiences are not limited to spearheading pre-opening of hotels, change management, strategic planning management using balanced scorecard, HRS, RIS, integration, vision, VMGO, review, and relaunching, policy formulation, and implementation. Currently, he is employed in Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, an ICT company that has several affiliates. As HR business partner for regional operations, he oversees the human capital operations in Pampanga, Bataan, Bulacan, Tarlac, Nueva Ecija, Dagupan, Pangasinan, La Union, Baguio, and Bicol region. In 2003, he earned his degree of AB Industrial Psychology at Holy Angel University and was nominated as one of the outstanding College of Arts and Sciences graduate. As he believes, people will always succeed if they love what they do, which is one of his mantras in life, and known for being people-oriented who creates engaging relationship without compromising integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Christian Awi Villarin.
Thank you very much, Jess, for that wonderful introduction. So I hope everyone is enjoying their lunch while they're also listening to me. So I'll just share my file. So I hope you can hear me clearly? Is it clear?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
That's great. So this afternoon, I'm going to talk about leading and communicating during catastrophe. You know, guys, with this pandemic happening around us, it creates a lot of problem and a lot of troubles. So if we won't be able to communicate clearly to our people the direction of the management, we can clearly lead the people in the organization. And this one would clearly create a great catastrophe in the organization. And this afternoon, this is what I'll be talking about. So before we go further, may I invite everyone, I'll give you a minute to go to www.menti.com, and you may encode 894754 to describe how you feel right now.
Can you please share your screen so our viewers can see?
Oh, wait. Can you see it now, Jess?
Yet, have you placed the, have you clicked the share screen on the Zoom application?
All right. There you go.
All right.
Can you view it now?
Yeah,
Really? All right, that's great. So once again, I would like to invite our participants to go to www.menti.com, and you may encode 894754 to describe how you feel right now. So I'll give you 30 seconds to do this one. So it's very important for us as leaders to know how our people feels, especially during this pandemic. A lot of problems are arising because simply we do not know how are people doing right now. So it's very important that we should get the chance to get the opportunity to know how our people feels. So I think there's more people. So let's find out. Oh, so these are the words that came in. So, okay, let's wait for more participants to answer. Oh, there are people who are bored at home, definitely. A lot of answers are coming in. A lot of people are excited. Perhaps they are excited to be part of this very engaging activity this afternoon. There are people who are scared to go back to the office. Yes, it is really scary to go back into the office, especially if we don't know the preparation, how our organization, what they are doing to keep our people safe inside the office. There are people who are uncertain. It's really a valid feeling right now. So there are people who are productive. Of course, having this work from home makes you more productive. And I think the work from home scheme is a lot more, it gives us more pressure. There's a lot of things to do for us to be productive. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts regarding this one. So we move forward now. Okay, so your feelings are valid. Going back to the office nowadays is really uncertain, especially if you are not aware of what the preparations of the company to make you safe. So that is where communication comes in. It's very important that we have to clearly communicate to people what preparations are we doing to ensure that they are safe whenever they go back to the office. That's wonderful thing communication can do to people. They could somehow ease the questions. They could give you a feeling of more security because you have communicated the things that you are doing in order to make your people feel safe in the organization. So according to the saying by Peter Drucker, he said that the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. No, Nowadays, it's very important for us to find out how people feels. It's not because what are said, it's really actually how people feels. So there are things that we have to consider how people feels. It's important that we have to validate people's feelings. So with that, I'll share with you the communication uh, uh, model, which I'm sure most of the participants are very familiar with. We have, of course, the sender, okay, that usually gives the message to the person sending the encoding and giving the receiver the information. The thing is, the communication doesn't end up there. Just because you were able to say what you want to say, it ends up there. There should be a feedback. But the thing is, it doesn't mean there's a feedback. Communication is always successful. We have to consider there are a lot of barriers why communication isn't successful. And if there is a problem with the communication, it creates catastrophe in the organization. So what are the effective ways to overcome barriers to create an effective communication? So let's check about this one. So how do you, there's this glass in this presentation that you can see. It shows half empty and half full. So there are people who would say this glass is half empty, and there would also be people who will think that this glass is half full. So your perception are both correct. But there are people who would also see that this glass is full. How would that happen? Their perception would be it composed of half water and half oxygen. So essentially what they have said is also the same. Sometimes that is the problem in the organization. It creates chaos whenever we don't agree with a certain point. So people would say this should be half empty. You're correct. People would say this is half full. You're correct as well. And those are people who would say this is half full, and they're also correct. It's a matter of perspective. When we come up with that kind of mindset, in order for us to settle this one, we don't have to fight. What we have to do, at a certain point, we just have to agree that we all disagree in this kind of perception. So that is very important for us to come up with a thought that we agree on a certain point. We agree that we all disagree. Next, emotional barriers. This is one of the the problems in the communication. So when you don't like someone who is talking, you tend to create something at the back of your mind telling you, or you easily disagree with this person. Or if you really like this person, no matter what he says, you would always agree to what the person say. We have to remember our emotions should not overrule what is really that we should do. Okay, so what is logical? We have to remember where we are on the heights of our emotions. When we are very, very angry, never ever make a decision. And of course, when you're also on a cloud nine, you're very, very happy, never make any promises. Because of these two things, if we will use our emotions, it will create a problem in the organization. Next, we also have the language barrier. We have to consider a lot of people having different interpretation because of a certain word. If I may share, we are Visaya. Okay, I hope I wouldn't be offending our Visayan community. Visaya could interpret a lot of words. There's an interchanging of letter I and letter E. So the word face could be interpreted in several ways in the Visayan language, or if they talk Tagalog. So when you say face, it can be pronounced by the Visayan saying peace. And when you talk about peace, there's a lot of interpretation. Peace having harmony. When you say peace, it could be the fish that you eat. Peace, this beautiful feast. So there's a different language barriers. It could create barriers whenever we talk of the regions. So just like here in Kapampangan, all right? So when you talk about ebon, ebon means egg, okay? But by simply interchanging the letter, when you say ibon, that's bird. So a language barrier can create so much problem in the organization if we don't talk properly. Next, religious and cultural barriers that we have to be very, very careful. We have to be very sensitive, okay? So there's diversity in the organization. So we have to be sensitive about this one, how other people would interpret certain words. How do we communicate? What are the practices in the organization? So we have to consider the culture and the religious barriers in the communication. And lastly, the biggest problem nowadays is what we call the physical barrier. It's really, really very difficult right now that we are distanced because of this pandemic. A lot of people are just working from home, or there are people who are working in the office. So with this one, we really have to strengthen our communication. With a very poor communication plan, this will create a big chaos in the organization. It's really difficult to lead people if you don't have a very good communication plan. So with this, I would like to ask you again. So what are the top 5 communication tools that you use in your organization? You may go again with menti.com using code 204887. Again, what are the type communication tools or platforms that you use in your company? Again, I'll give you 30 seconds to do this one, to check out the platforms that you are using in the organization. All right, so let's check your answers. All right, it's going up now. We have various ways, but leading with the race is the email and Messenger and Viber. Again, going up with email and Messenger, the widely used tools. Oh, there you go. Leading on the race, still email. So 20% are using email among the participants, followed by the Messenger, which is accessible. Actually, a lot of people could be reached easily through Messenger because a lot of people are really hooked with their Facebook right now. A lot of people are can be easily reached through Messenger, and it can be followed by the cell phone and landlines, then the Viber. And of course, it will be easy for us to communicate with people if we have reliable internet services. All right. So we have 21 email, 70% Messenger. So we'll end up this survey. Thank you so much for participating. Jess, I need some few minutes. I had some problem technically with my presentation. I lost this one.
All right. No worries. You'll have to remove your screen sharing.
Yeah, please, please.
So while our speaker is fixing some technical glitches and issues now, let's have a run through again of the upcoming topics which will be later discussed by our CPHR professionals. So later, this afternoon again, after Mr. Awi Villarin, Mr. Miguel Balansag will be talking about attracting, engaging, and retaining talents during COVID-19. And after that will be Ms. Naila Person Burgos, another CPHR, discussing the HR's role in successful remote team management, and then HR's guide in preparing for the new normal. And then after that, we will be calling again all our speakers to give and share an imparting message to our viewers. So later, let's check kung meron pa tayong enough time to award winners sa ating discount programs para sa next assembly ng CPHR Distant Learning Program. Again, CPHR is a globally recognized certification program for HR leaders and people managers. So for those of you who is interested to know more about this certification program, just go to www.cphrph.com and then you will see all the details. And if you have any questions, so meron kaming system doon to accept your inquiries, and then we'll try to answer your questions. Ayan. So, Mr. Awi, are you good?
30 seconds.
All right, sure. So yun, sige, ganito while Mr. Awi is fixing some technical issues, let's start the mechanics for the DLP discount coupon. So ano ba ang gagawin natin para mapalanunan itong discount coupon? So I'm gonna be sharing my screen. So please wait para makita niyo yung mechanics ng ating discount coupon. Right? Please wait. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin is just go to CPHR Philippines Facebook page and then look for our cover video. And then after makapag-open ng cover video, ano ba ang gagawin niyo? Just share the cover video and put some caption. So papakita ko anong caption yung ikakabit niyo. I'm gonna be sharing my screen. Please check kung nakita niyo yung screen ko. I think loading pa. Medyo mabilis ang ating laptop. Alright, ito. So share the CPHR Philippines Facebook cover video. Set it, of course, on public view para makita namin. And then use the caption, become a CPHR.
Are you an HR professional? Elevate your career.
Become a CPHR. www.cphrph.com and then hashtag CPHRPHRA2020. So mamaya announce natin yung winners. Again, share our Facebook cover video, yung CPHR Philippines. Set it on public view and then use the caption. Yung mananalo ng 15% discount coupon ay yung magpa-follow lang ng instructions. Incomplete caption will mean to automatic disqualification. So again, share the CPHR Philippines Facebook cover video, set it on public view, use the caption, become a CPHR, www.cphrph.com, hashtag CPHRPHRA2020, and then we'll announce the results. So pwede na kayo mag-start ngayon. Tapos, we will randomly pick the winners ng makapag-share nito. Alright. So,
Alright, Jess, I'm good. Thank you so much for the assistance.
Great.
All right, so thank you so much for being patient with me. I had some technical glitches with my presentation. So what we have in the organization, aside you we have shown a while ago, the most participants have answered that they are using email. Same in the organization, email blast is one of the most effective way to communicate to people. However, we are also considering people who are not or who do not have an access to their email while they are away from the office. So one of the systems that we are using also are the phones. So we have this automated phone system wherein we just send a message, and this automated phone system will relay or send message to all employees. So this is what we are doing. We have the manual call tree and the automated call tree, which we are using to inform our employees. This is very effective because if there is a message that the top management would like to relay to all employees, the call tree is an effective way to communicate to our employees. Of course, if the head of the organization or the CEO would like to relay a message, he relays the message to the HR director, and the HR director cascades the message to the management group, and the management group would relay the information to the staff verbatim. So there is no problem, or it will not create any communication problem, because it is directly what the president or the CEO of the organization have said in his text message can be cascaded down to the employees or to the staff level as is. So this is very important. And of course, we have the automated call tree, just like what we mentioned earlier. We have this system that sends SMS blasts to everyone. What's the difference between the automated call tree and the manual call tree? So it gives you a feeling when this information came from your immediate head. They are trying to reach out to you as if they are telling you, this is the message of the president, and I want you to do this, as cascaded by your immediate head. It's very important. While the general information, we send it through automated call tree. This is also a very important thing, the virtual town hall. And for the last 2 months that we are on this pandemic, we're very happy to hear from our president and CEO himself attending or having this virtual meeting to talk to all personnel. As mentioned earlier by Giselle, our speaker, it's very important that employees would hear from the top management or the CEO himself his direction regarding the organization. And that is very useful because with this communication or with the CEO telling his direction, it will help people to be mobilized. And aside from the virtual meeting conducted by our CEO, there are a series of meetings and virtual town halls that are cascaded and presented by our HR director. It's very good that he was able to transcend his message to people. What is the organizational direction? It's very important that we can put across to people. First, what he usually do, he will talk to the top management, cascade it to the middle management, then cascade it down to all staff level. This is a very effective way of communicating to people because what was said to the top management can be supported both by the middle management and it can be executed by the staff level. It's very important that there is a clear direction on what is going easily understand what to do. And of course, we have various tools that we are using, which we have said earlier. We have the Messenger, which is very widely used among employees. We have the Viber. Actually, the Viber group, we have created this to our management level. So if there are information, we use this platform to communicate. We also use Google Meet. We also use Zoom as a platform to communicate outside the organization, because it is widely used in other organizations, this platform, which is the Zoom. And with the direction of DOLE, to monitor the health status of our employees, we also have created our health status. It's a platform wherein you just have to link to go to that link and to update your health status every day, instead of the usual that you have to write down on a piece of paper your health status. This is how we communicate to the health and safety department or health and safety office that we are healthy, we are fit to work. So it is very important that this communication, or there is this kind of communication in the organization, in order for us to prevent the disease from spreading in the office. As said, science shows it is more effective to communicate 7 times to produce better results. And this is really very challenging, guys, because, you know, no matter how you communicate clearly, just like what we have said earlier, there is already a communication coming from the HR director, cascaded from the director's level, group management level, middle management, junior management, down to the staff. Sometimes there are some communication freezing that is happening because of the things I mentioned earlier, the barriers that we experience. So to ensure and to get rid of these barriers, we have to ensure that we have to use all the possible platforms in order for us to cascade and communicate the information to our people. As said, the biggest communication problem is we do not listen to understand. We listen to reply. That is the usual experience that we get from people. When you send something, when you're telling something, sometimes they do not listen to understand what you are trying to say. They are listening in order for them to give you feedback. Sometimes it's very important that we have to put ourselves in the shoes of the person that is talking. We have to listen. We have to listen with heart. It's very important that we have to absorb what the person is telling us. What does this person wants us to do? Rather than thinking, what am I going to say? How am I gonna answer back to this person talking to me? Because if that is our reaction, if we just listen in order for us to say something, then there will be a bog down, or there will be a chaos in our communication. So how do we effectively communicate to people? There are some tips that I could give you. One, we have to convey with clarity. We have to give information clearly. As I mentioned earlier, despite of the information or the way that we challenge our, we send our information to people, sometimes there are people who wouldn't understand what we are trying to say because it's not clear. Sometimes they are vague. We have to consider it's not always the understanding of the other person. It is how we communicate. We have to give clear communication. In our organization, we have devised, when we send an information or an instruction or an email, preferably we translate it in Tagalog, because we do understand not everyone would clearly understand the instruction in English. So there are people in the organization who would appreciate better the memo or the instruction in Tagalog. So we are doing that to ensure that there is clarity. Next, we have to use standard phraseology. So we don't have to use highfalutin words to look so smart with our communications. Sometimes when we draft our memo, we are thinking, how can we send a memo that the memo itself would look, wow, the person writing this is so brilliant. The person writing this is really eloquent. When we use or when we create a memo, if we are trying to communicate someone, what we have to do, we have to ensure that we use a standard phraseology. Never use the acronyms, just like the SBWS in SSS. So recently, they've sent a message to most of our employees telling that there's a technical glitch that happened, and this is all about SBWS. So a lot of people are asked, what is SBWS, SBWS? So this is something that would create chaos in the organization if they don't know what are the standard words that we are using. By the way, SBWS is the Small Business Wage Subsidy, which is a project of SSS to help our people alleviate their financial needs. So again, we have to use standard phraseology to help our people better understand our messages. Next, we have to provide information as required. We have to be very responsive, especially during this time of pandemic. We don't have to wait until tomorrow in order for us to send email. Just like what I've mentioned earlier, it's very effective for us to use emails. It's very effective for us to use this automated call tree where we send a text message to people to give them information of what's happening in the organization. Next, we have to repeat information when needed. Currently, what we are doing with our project, with the health status, every day we have to send information because we've seen there are people who are not logging in, they are forgetting that they have to log in. So we have to empower the project itself. If we communicate on a daily basis, we have seen we're very successful. So we have messages from Monday to Friday reminding people not to forget to log in. And we find it very effective. From approximately 2,800 employees who have registered on the first week, we're able to help them and make them register until Friday. So right now, there is a few number of people who are having a hard time logging in and going to register in that system. But with proper communication and repeating the information, we were able to ensure our target numbers will be registered. And this one, if there is something that you don't understand about the communication or how the memo is being presented, don't worry. Okay, what you have to do, you have to ask the right person. Again, we will always tell our people in the organization that you have to ask your immediate head. Never ask your colleague about a certain information because it's very important that you have to seek your colleague because, your immediate head in order for you to be guided effectively. Next, we have to resolve conflicts constructively and timely. So if you have seen some problems in the communication, it has to be resolved immediately. Otherwise, if you don't resolve this problem, it will create a bigger problem. Just like what we had with this SSS. Last Friday, I received as early as 7 a.m. or around before 7 a.m. So there are people asking me, they receive an information coming from SSS that their SBWS cannot be processed because there is some problem with their bank accounts. So as time goes by, a lot of people sending emails and even the other HR staff were sent some inquiry. So imagine having 2,800 employees sending you message, emails. There's a lot of things that you have to read. So immediately we try to check what really transpired. Inquired the right person to the SSS. It's to SSS organization. We sent an inquiry. What is the text message all about? Then after that, we sent immediately to employees an email anymore because they were informed of what is happening. So I'm about to finish my presentation. So with this, if we can clearly communicate to people what is happening in the organization, this is one way on how we can clearly lead the organization. So if we have an effective communication, one, we will be very quick in solving the problems in the organization. We have a very strong decision making. We can really decide because we can easily get the support of everyone if we can clearly communicate to people. Next, we can become more productive at work because there's no, we don't have to go back, make another instruction if we have effectively communicated something. So we also have, we can be consistent at workflow. We can create a very strong business relation. Sometimes one of the biggest problem in the organization is the internal communication. Sometimes there are people who are aware of an information and there are some who are not. And because of that, there is a problem in the communication. It creates a very poor business relation. Our clients are not satisfied on how we are doing our work because of a very poor communication in the organization. We could also have a better control. Probably with the word control, we can ensure success. Okay, so if we could just clearly communicate to people what we want to do in the organization, we can ensure success in the organization. We can advance professional image. People would easily say that, oh, this organization is very clear. So if there is a clear communication within the organization, you can make people more effective. And we can get a better response from our stakeholders. So this is just a quick presentation. I know everyone is having their lunch. And I would like to end this presentation by with this quote. Leadership is a way of thinking, a way of acting, and most importantly, a way of communicating. During this pandemic, one of the most important tools as an HR is having a very good communication plan. Otherwise, if we have a very poor communication plan, or if you don't communicate at all, it will create a very chaotic environment in the organization. And that is why HR is here. I think most of the participants are from HR. HR plays a vital role nowadays to ensure that there is a clear communication across all employees. Because without a good communication plan, we will all fail. So thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something with this short time sharing with you how we can effectively lead our organization through proper communication. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that. No, again, communication is really vital, no, to our organization, especially in these trying times. Okay, keeping the lines of communication open can be the difference between effectively managing your workforce and having a walkout or work stoppage on your hands, as have been seen at certain processing plants or retail stores as employee frustration has boiled over. No, yung mga frustration nila na-air na yan on television, on their Facebook. No? And syempre mayroon din tayong mga messages, especially sa mga SBWS, yung mga cash benefits from the government. No? It is very important that we make sure that the communication is always accessible. Okay, so companies that have crisis management plans may not have been tested or tested strenuously, which leads to having make decisions on the fly. All right, so thank you for that, Mr. Awi, for sharing your thoughts, ideas, and tips. And we'll see you again later afternoon.
All right.
For your imparting of message. All right, bye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's wait for the speaker to arrive. So, keeping your organization competent that excels and remain competitive in the market would mean, of course, having a team at your side. Okay? You cannot be a great organization without a great team. That is why it is imperative that we know how to attract, engage, and retain talents during COVID-19 And to share more about this topic, may we call on Circa Logical Group's very own Mr. Michael Balansag. Mr. Michael, hi, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you please show your camera?
All right, 1 minute.
Right, while Mr. Michael is fixing some issues, let us start introducing our next speaker. Okay, Mr. Michael Balansag is a licensed chartered professional in human resources by DCPHR, CAHR, United Kingdom, and a licensed chartered member of the Australian Human Resource Institute. He is also a Lean Six Sigma Design Thinking certified, and he has also a diverse people management portfolio, extensive performance improvement and people management background working for global organizations, including JP Morgan Chase and Company and Sutherland Global Services. His most recent engagement was with Alpha Aviation Group as the head of HR and the CHRO, where he innovated HR processes for a dynamic, diverse, and demanding aviation industry, in charge heavily on the performance management process and serving as a technical labor advisor to the executive team, working with stakeholders and putting up subsidiaries. In 2019, Michael landed on the 38th spot in the top 100 Filipinos to follow on LinkedIn for inspiration and learning. The list provides iconic Filipinos to follow on LinkedIn, published by Marketing in Asia, a Malaysia-based online op-ed magazine aimed to empower millions of Asian brands and professionals. He also holds a degree in business administration from Angeles University Foundation and is currently taking up Bachelor of Laws at Lyceum of the Philippines University. As a UNICEF champion for children, he spends his free time volunteering, focusing on disaster and humanitarian relief initiatives. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Michael Balansag.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Jester, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you fine.
All right, let me share my screen. So I'm excited for this session. We've prepared a lot of speakers and have learned a lot from the previous speakers. And I'm also looking forward to learning from our future speakers later on. I think this is really a great platform, especially for us HR professionals, in addressing this issue that we currently have, which has never happened before. So let me share my screen. Jester, can you confirm if you're able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, I'd like to start with this comic strip that I saw on the internet, I think 2 days ago, that says, I guess I never realized how non-essential you are. So I think the same, we all felt the same thing when the government, the Philippine government had announced which organizations, which type of companies can remain operational, which should be closed, and there were a lot of issues, a lot of comments going on the internet because initially they were not familiar on the term non-essential. So eventually we all understood what non-essential means. But I think this is a really funny comic here, and we now understand that nurses, those in the medical field, doctors, laboratory technicians, etc., are really the important aspect of society, considering the situation, as opposed to basketball stars, soccer players, etc. And on a corporate perspective, on a business perspective, it's actually HR as human resources who serve as the corporate frontliners. Now, I'm sure you've had back to back meetings on business continuity, on ensuring that everything goes smoothly, on preparing all travel passes, preparing all COEs, and working from home is actually, I think the hours that we're spending working from home is even longer than hours that we spent at the actual office, right? Because there really is no limitations, and your boss or your employees will reach out to you at any point of the day. So for the next half an hour or so, we'll be talking about attracting, engaging, and retaining your employees, our precious talents during COVID-19. So there are a lot of organizations who opted to downsize, who opted to remove some or part of their employees, to close some departments. But there are also other organizations who are continuously operational, like BPOs. They're continuously operational. And we need to understand, especially for those of you who have employees working from home, we need to understand how we can continuously engage and retain them. And if you're still hiring, the option to work from home is not an issue for you, and you can hire people and conduct online onboarding, online training, then it's important to also understand how we can attract new talents, because all, maybe most if not all organizations have actually shifted their business model, the way they do things, and the competition is actually higher. It's more stressful than ever, because everyone is just offering a lot of things just so they can fulfill their internal requirements. So over the last 2 months, we have seen a lot of organizations closing down. We've seen high records of unemployment all over the Philippines. I've shared this on my Facebook page because I am continuously monitoring, and I wanted to understand the effect of COVID. So an airline, Thai Airways, they're headed for bankruptcy because of COVID-19. Uber had to lay off 3,700 employees because of COVID-19. Even Gold's Gym, which apparently is non-essential at this point, had to file for bankruptcy again because of COVID-19. We have JCPenney in the United States. They had to file for bankruptcy as well. Even IBM, who is a global tech player, had to lay off thousands of employees because of the current pandemic. And more recently, I think just the other day, we saw from Manila Bulletin an internal memo which was shared publicly from Okada Manila, announcing that they would have to remove about 1,000 employees. So there are, this is an option, one option that business leaders are doing right now. And apparently they thought that the only option is either to remove employees or they would eventually be out of business. So one thing is for certain, we will definitely, as with any other challenges. Giselle had mentioned about 9/11. We will definitely get through it. We will get through all of these. But only the strong and resilient organizations will survive. So it's important that, as what was mentioned again earlier, we have a BCP in place. We also know how to communicate with our employees, and we need to think long term. It's always important that organizations think long term in view of the current situation. So if you had to review your business model and consider working from home or working from home option, then do it, because this is the new normal, as what they say. And all of these is actually a stress test. No, I'd like to think of this as a stress test for all organizations, especially for us as HR professionals, in our recruitment, in our employee retention strategies. Over the next year or two, or maybe in the next couple of months, you'll see this question. I think there are a lot of candidates as soon as everything goes back to normal. There are candidates who would ask this question. And they would ask, how did you respond to COVID-19? Remember, we have that part after the interview where we ask them if they have any questions. If you have not received any questions in the past and they just say, no question, I'm sure moving forward, they would ask this question. How did your company responded to COVID-19? What actions were taken? So it's important that we had, well, number one, facilitated work from home. If we had done that way later, then we may be accused of an uncaring attitude, or maybe we may be perceived as we endanger the employee safety. So they would think, what if this happens again in the future and I'm part of this organization? Will the company prioritize its profit over my safety? So the same goes for companies sending employees back to work before it is definitely proven to do so. So there are organizations. I saw a BPO who, I think in somewhere in Cebu, there's a BPO who opted to have employees continuously work in their offices, and they just slept within their production area. There are also organizations who had to terminate employees, and it can be perceived as when this company has faced a really challenging period, they tend to be disloyal. So do I want to put my loyalty in this company when they won't care for me if things get worse? So in those cases, actually both the surviving staff, the staff that remains, and the future potential hires would think if, yeah, your company is worthy of their loyalty or not. It is important that how it's important how we respond to COVID-19. How we respond will be the defining moment of our organizations in the future. So I mentioned that this question, the question earlier, will be asked to you if you're an HR practitioner and you move to another organization, the CEO, managing director, general manager, or maybe just the head of HR interviewed you rather, and wanted to understand your agility. They would probably also ask, how did you respond as an HR practitioner, as an HR manager, as an HR officer during the COVID-19 pandemic? And it will be the defining moment also for you as an HR practitioners. What you do, what your company do, is important not only to survive, but to thrive during this recovery. So let's talk about attraction strategies. What we'll do is we'll provide, I'll go through things very briefly, provide examples, and let's also discuss potential impact of the strategies that I'm presenting. Of course, these are purely recommendations. It still depends on your organization's budget, strategies, BCP planning, etc. But you can definitely pick one or two of these and present to your management or to your leaders as an alternative way of doing your HR strategies. So in terms of attraction strategies, number one, it's important for us to build a good brand. Let's speed up the hiring process. If your organization is still hiring people, you're in the IT, you're in the BPO field, or your employee just can accommodate people working from home, then speed up the hiring process. Consider, as what I've mentioned here, virtual recruitment activities, do virtual interviews using Skype, using Zoom, Microsoft Teams, etc. You can even conduct virtual job fairs, and you can actually send them a video of your corporate profile or just show it to them to check if they are up for the role. And these examples of technology that I presented, Skype, Zoom, Teams, even if you're using Skype for Business, you can actually send, as long as you send the candidate or anyone outside your organization with the link, they can join the conference or the meeting as long as they have the link. I think most of us thought that since this is Skype for Business, this can only be done internal, or we think that Microsoft Teams can only be done within the organization. But that's not true. Skype, Zooms, and Teams, as long as the candidate or anyone else outside your organization has the link, or if you've placed a password there, they can actually access it and join the conference. So by doing this, you actually get access to candidates way faster. You don't need to wait for their available schedules. You get to meet any targets that you have, especially if you're working with a client. So you don't need to schedule for an interview, wait for them to arrive. There are no travel times. You can schedule it anytime since they're at home anyway. So, and the hiring decisions will be a lot faster. This also saves you the risk of hiring the wrong candidate for the job or the organization. This is true for traditional recruitment. We're presented with a number of vacancies, with a number of requisitions that we need to close, say within this month, within this quarter. And because we are HR and we do really a lot of things, a million things at one time, we tend to work on our requirements towards the latter part, towards the deadline. So what happens is we look for whoever is available, and because the deadline is, say, the client wants someone to be hired next week for a senior, say, web developer role, and the client wants someone by Monday and today's Thursday. So what you'll do is you'll just look at your pool. Okay, this should suffice. Let me interview. I've interviewed 5. I think 2 of them can be trained, so let's hire. So that exposes the organization the risk of hiring the wrong candidate. So do the hiring, your hiring process fast. It's online anyway. Conduct virtual activities so that you can get the right talent. Next attraction strategy would be, and this is true, even pre-COVID, I've seen a number of organizations who do this to attract talent feel free to be creative. HR does not have to be routinary, does not have to be old school, does not have to be boring. We need to adapt to millennials, to Gen Z. Use creative job titles. Consider job titles that would inspire impact, that would showcase purpose. So I've placed an example here. Instead of hiring for an HR generalist who actually does a lot of things, why not use HR Power Ranger, since they are super humans anyway? So maybe that's an exaggerated example, but you get the point. Be creative in creating your job titles to attract more talent. If you just put web developer, there are a lot of companies who would hire for web developer. If you just put manufacturing officer, liaison officer, then it does not really inspire or showcase the purpose of the role. So by doing this, you actually build a really strong brand for your organization. You provide a great impression of a good culture. You boost employee pride while minimizing expenses. There really is no expenses there. What's important to note is just to put some job title controls in place to manage internal equity. So internal equity is a corporate term for comparison of positions within your business, ensuring fair pay. So just ensure that when you use creative job titles, you also put something, a policy in place, just to be sure that there are no overlapping of compensations, etc. Because employees need to feel that they are fairly paid compared to their co-workers. That's always important. They need to perceive that they are their payment, their salary is within the standard of organization or even higher. Otherwise, they may feel unvalued or eventually leave and look for another organization. So it's important that while you do this, you also put something in place. Next is offer sign-on bonuses. No? And most organizations would think that sign-on or signing bonus is always on a cash basis, which would increase expenses. But you can actually be creative, considering the situation, and maybe just reserve the cash bonuses for high demand talent or critical roles for your organization, and offer non-cash bonuses for other roles. And I've provided, there are thousands of possibilities, but you can provide apart from one-time hiring bonus, which you are not really obliged to pay upfront. You can do it on maybe 30, 60, 90-day milestone, or just give half on their third month, half on regularization, or half upon regularization and half on their first year, just to ensure tenure. Apart from that, you can also guarantee that, okay, if you get hired within June, work from home until end of year, and you don't get back to the office until 2021. I think that's a good deal. Especially there are employees, there are talents right now who are really they're starting to like the idea of working from home. So you can offer that. There is no additional cost for you. It can actually save you if you go back to business as usual because of the seat, internet cost, electricity, etc. If you feel generous, you can also offer 1-year internet subsidy. especially if you are allowing employees to work from home. You can offer a one-time double leave days, where we would be doubling your leave for the first year, considering this pandemic. So for you to, maybe put it in a verbiage, for you to spend more time with your family, we prioritize your personal challenges as well, and for you to provide more time with your family. Instead of giving 15 paid leaves this year, we would be giving you 30. That's one thing that you can offer, and just make sure that it's everything is written in black and white, that it's something that's just for the interim. It's part of their employment, and it can change later. Another thing that attracts talent is HMO. So we all fear for us, for our family members, safety and health because of COVID-19. Even if only one person is allowed to go out, you may have family members who are working in clinics, in hospitals, in BPOs, and they can and they would go out, they just present their COEs and all, and you fear for your home, your family's safety. So it's important. So HMO, health insurances, is now important for people, for talents. So if you can't, if it's too much for you to offer paid dependents from day one, and you're currently providing HMO but you don't give it until their 6th month, why not showcase and market it as you're paying it starting from day one? You're covered from day one on our HMO program, which, by the way, most HMO covers COVID-19 cases. If you have an extra budget, then yeah, you can also offer paid dependents, maybe after 3 months, or if you can accommodate starting from day one. And this would really set you above the competition in hiring talent. But I recommend doing this on really those positions with high demand, sorry, or really critical talents within critical positions within your organization. Next is to utilize third-party recruiters or headhunting firms. This is also an option for organizations in ensuring business continuity. So if you're already providing referral incentives to your employees, you can also utilize third-party recruiters, headhunting firms to help source or hire high-demand jobs, managerial roles, and you can use them to hire permanent or temporary staffing. This provides you minimal time, resources, and money on actual sourcing, on actual screening of candidates, interviewing, and hiring the right candidate. And it would give you more time to focus on other necessary activities that you need to do as an HR professional. So one example is ourselves, Circologica Group. We offer headhunting solutions. We're one of the very few headhunting firms who are still operational and still providing talents, technical talents, managerial talents to our clients all over Luzon and Visayas, and some in Mindanao area. Maybe for those who have never engaged or does not know how headhunting works, it's important. How headhunting works is that you'll hire the employee. It's not similar to a manpower agency where the employee is employed by the third-party company. The headhunter actually helps you find the right talent based on your requirements, but you'll eventually hire the employee, and you just provide a one-time hiring fee to the headhunter. If you're considering that, it's important to note 4 things. and it's not here. But it's important to note four things. Number one, important to note how much is the rate for hiring a person. So you're looking for an IT manager with this and that number of qualifications. It's important to understand what's the rate, the one-time hiring rate of the headhunter. It's also important, number two, to check the guaranteed period. The guaranteed period provides you a guarantee if and when the employee leaves or resigns within that guarantee period, that the headhunter should replace that candidate at no cost to you. So it's important to check if they most would provide 1 month guaranteed period, 3 months. There are some who provide up to 6 months of guaranteed period to you. Number three is also check and confirm that your headhunter has a no hire, no pay policy. You should not be providing anything upfront. Your goal is to hire people, so you should only be paying once you get to hire someone from them. And lastly, just for your internal process and to provide you flexibility, also check to ensure that it is non-exclusive, meaning you can engage to as much headhunters as you'd like, especially if you're hiring for massive number of hard to fill vacancies, that you can engage with 2, 3, 4, 5 headhunters to provide you talents all at the same time, and you'd only pay them as soon as you get to hire somebody. So that's how it works. Another strategy on attraction is, again, if you have the budget, but I strongly recommend this, to temporarily increase your pay for high demand roles. Look at your organization and identify which are the high demand roles, which are crucial for the business at this point, and provide something to them. Maybe not increase their basic pay, but provide something to temporarily assist them, temporarily help them with the situation that would create a really strong impact on your organization, and that would also attract a lot of talent. So this is similar to providing sign-on bonuses. And this would have, yes, I agree, would increase your expense, but it can actually become less expensive than losing these employees in the long run. You don't have the budget. I need to hire this person. It's a really, say, I need to hire a technical support representative, a senior technical support representative for my firm. And I need to hire 10. And I need them by next Wednesday. But my current budget is this. But there are a lot of other organizations offering higher or providing this to them. So you get to lose in the competition. And even if you hire them and they discover that there is another company who's offering the same job for a higher role, and they still get to work at home or within the area, then you'd eventually lose these people. And what happens is it increases your cost because you need to provide to allot funds again for recruitment cost, for training cost, etc. So it's important that when you factor things in decision making for HR, you factor everything from hiring, training, etc. for them. Next is, and this is also something that I'd like to share, is to connect to companies that had laid off employees. So I've mentioned earlier a number of companies who opted to remove significant number of their employees. So it's also good to connect to these companies. There are a number of local companies, global companies as well that you can go to. And one example is Agoda. So Agoda has recently removed a significant number of employees, but they wanted to still take care of these separated employees. So they've created this site. You can screenshot this sites.google.com/view/Agoda Talent Directory. And it provides you the list of employees with their qualifications, with their current location, for you to hire them. So they're still helping their employees to land a new job. All right, so that's it for attracting talents. We'll move on to retention strategies. So how do we retain our existing workforce considering the pandemic? Number one is offering flexible work hours and schedules, which I'm confident that most of you had already done. So consider offering staggered shifts or longer days to allow for an additional day off during the week. If you're used to operating 5 days a week, maybe make it 4/11. So make it Monday, Tuesday, 7 to 7, including lunch, and then Wednesday would be an extra day off. Thursday, Friday, 7 to 7 again. Then they still have the weekends. However, whatever works for you, that would provide them more time with their company, maybe a time for them to go out and do groceries, or maybe a time for them to teach their children at home who are homeschooling, etc. So you can do that without really breaking their total number of hours. This is actually supported by Department of Labor and Employment via this labor advisory number 17, which was released just last week. So what this does is it promotes employee retention while enabling your organization to continue to operate. The downside on this is it may require more management intervention to ensure that all assignments and work is being covered. So that's a downside, but I think the upside outweighs the other by promoting employee retention because they feel valued and that you care for their family and their personal life as well. Next is to offer opportunity to work remotely for jobs that typically can't. So I've had a number of discussions with organizations, probably in organizations in the manufacturing field, not in the IT field, not in the BPO field, in the retail field, where they thought that working from home is not really an option for their employees. But we can actually be creative in providing them an opportunity, maybe at least a few of them an opportunity to still work remotely. So if you have organizational initiatives, projects in the company, then you can consider tapping the services of these employees and go out of their typical nature of job. An example I provided here, a maintenance technician. So a maintenance technician, someone who does maybe the maintenance of the building, can't really work from home, but he can help research latest trends in machinery, in tools to increase efficiencies and impact post-recovery. So as soon as you're back to business as usual, then you're ready because you've engaged an expert on the ground and he or she spent time to conduct research on these things. At the same time, you have provided him or her with an opportunity to still work from home. So this definitely retains your employees who are really important during once you're back to recovery, and at the same time you're improving your organization. It's just important for you to draft a policy to set expectations, and it's important for you to share their expectations. And this is also supported by DOLE Labor Advisory number 17. You can send your employees to other branches. You can make your employees work on other functions, on other roles, etc. Next, and I'll try to make this really fast since we're going over time. Also reallocate employees and the responsibilities to balance the workload. So if you have a facilities department, if you have a BCT team, if you have an HR team or recruitment team, and they have a lot of workload right now because everything is done remotely, then you can reallocate some of the workload to other employees and offer them work from home opportunities. Provide, as mentioned earlier, provide back burner projects to other employees that needs work. This would mitigate the risk of employee burnout, especially those who are working extended hours because they're required by your current process, by having a share in the current workload. And again, this would provide a continuance of essential business operations. And again, this is supported by DOLE Labor Advisory number 17. It's legal to do this. Next would be, and I highly recommend this, temporarily waive or relax attendance policies. If you have half, maybe a quarter of your workforce are still working in the offices, you're allowed to do so. Maybe temporarily waive your attendance policies, considering the situation. And understand that employees can be tardy, can be absent, beyond their control. There are a lot of checkpoints here and there. This would actually support those struggling on balancing their work and family needs. And it can actually help you as well by reducing dismissals, which would result in less hirings. Remember, this would provide lesser cost to you in terms of hiring costs and training costs, etc. So for the interim, let's not be too strict on attendance. Next is building a culture of donating and volunteering. So you can be creative on this. You can try to implement this. Seek for volunteers who are able to share their spare laptops. Maybe they have a laptop and they have a desktop at home, so that others who does not have, and you also can't buy because of our vendors not really able to provide. You still can provide work to those who does not have a PC or a laptop. So maybe just help out on the logistics of acquiring the laptop and providing it to those who are in need. You can also, this is something new, develop a policy enabling employees to donate their earned leaves, their earned paid time off to other employees who are in need. So you'll be surprised by how employees are really would want to help their peers, single moms who no longer have leave time, and they would want to do their share in helping and donate their leave. So it would be the same cost for you, but you're building that culture of volunteering and donating. Next is to address pay gaps. And there are a number, I've also heard a number of companies who did this. if the option earlier is not available, considering providing paid days for employees with negative leave balances. Just for the time being, let's pay them for the days that they can't work because of personal things they need to address, family errands, etc. And maybe just adjust it later on as soon as we're back to normal, or provide prorated 30th month pay to employees. They've earned it anyway. So if you have not done it yet, then you can start doing it instead of paying it in December. If you have, if your company is able to, then why not start paying out January to say May to your employees? Anyway, they've earned that already. Do it in lump sum or do it on a monthly basis to provide extra allowance for them. Lastly, motivation strategies. So, number one, and this is almost the same, motivation strategies are almost the same with retention strategies that we've talked about earlier. Temporarily offer premium pay for extended working hours or hazardous conditions. So, and there are companies who offer hazard pay for their employees, which is good. It's not required by the law to offer hazard pay for the private sector. But if you want to continuously motivate your people, especially if they really can't work from home, then try offering something to them so you can still continuously do your business operations. This would actually provide recognition to employees who are important for your continued business operations. Next would be spot bonuses. No, not really fancy, but in small denominations for extraordinary work. You may have been doing this in the past. If not, start doing it now. If you've already done this in the past, maybe double the effort considering the situation. Consider offering spot bonuses, gift cards, grocery, I don't know, gift certificates, etc. for extraordinary work, extra effort, and for people who are going above and beyond what is expected of them. This would show appreciation for their work that they're doing above expectations, even if they're not being monitored, even if they're at home. So it's important to be sure that we provide clear communication as to why spot bonuses are given, are awarded, how, etc., to promote fairness and entitlement risk. Just 2 more slides left, or 3. Train, retrain, or cross-train employees. Focus on developing your employees as well and preparing them to the surge of demand after this pandemic. So train your staff for new roles and responsibilities, make them understand how other departments work. You can tap the assistance of your department heads, of your unit managers, etc., to come up with a training material on introducing their department and what they do, so we can also provide greater meaning and impact to these employees, and they can check if they wanted to move to that in the future, or if your organization is currently restructuring its business model, maybe come up with something that would introduce them to the core of your business, so they become attracted to moving in the long run. So don't be afraid to train. Learning is really important in employees' development and growth. So train staff for new roles and responsibilities. There are companies, including ourselves as well, who provide online in-house training. So you just come up with your employees who are available, provide your challenges, what you need to achieve in your organization, and we can tailor fit a training program to help them out and ensure that they're engaged. Of course, this would be done on a separate platform, preferably Zoom, where they can interact and share thoughts, etc. So this could eventually help your current and future business operations and increases motivation as well. Next would be create virtual activities promoting teamwork. So this would help decrease loneliness, isolation. So consider continuous, not just one, but maybe a continuous virtual employee engagement activities. If you have a spare employee, make him or her an employee engagement ambassador, and just his or her job is just to think of ways to engage employees, to promote inclusion and teamwork, especially now that they're working from home and they're alone, they're isolated, they're not with their peers. So there are examples. You can have Kahoot, if you're familiar with Kahoot. There are Mobile Legends, Call of Duty. You can conduct e-tournaments, stream it live. You can conduct TikTok competitions, dress up as a Netflix character, etc. There are endless possibilities that you can do to continuously promote inclusion and teamwork. So this would keep your employees engaged, would keep them motivated, and as a result would provide better productivity for your organization. Lastly, don't forget to always recognize employees wherever they are. They're in the offices, they're at home. Recognize employees. The need for frequent recognition is now higher than ever. We can't see them, we can't tap them at the back, we can't have a quick chat with them. So it's important to recognize the smallest effort, maybe just sending an email blast or posting it on your social media pages, etc. It's important. Consider peer-to-peer recognition. If you have that platform where an employee can recognize another, then that's great. This is in addition to awards and top-down recognition. And do, as cliche as it is, do continue recognize birthdays, work anniversaries, do virtual celebrations. This would definitely result to higher productivity. All right. So I leave you with this quote as well. HR are really fond of quotes. It's a COVID quote. So COVID-19 offers us the chance to change who we were and what we stood for. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity for a second chance or for the second time around. We're given this chance to change how we do things. Let's not waste it. That's by Anthony Hinks. All right, so thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, corporate frontliners. If you have any inquiries in the future, or you'd be needing help in terms of headhunting, online in-house training, or any HR stuff that you would need assistance from, feel free to contact our organization, our company. We're operational 7 days a week, so we'd be more than happy to help you out. Jester?
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Mikel Balansag, for a very beneficial session. Right, again, a recap of what Mr. Mikel said earlier is we should speed up the hiring process, use creative job titles, okay? Offer sign-on bonuses, cash or non-cash, utilize third-party recruiters or headhunting firms, temporarily increase pay for high-demand roles, connect companies that laid off employees, offer flexible retention or work hours or schedules, offer opportunity to work remotely for jobs that typically can't. So it might be research, not just be creative and be just reinvent, okay? Reallocate employees and or responsibilities to balance workload, and temporarily waive or relax attendance policies. Build a culture of donating and volunteering, address pay gaps, temporarily offer premium pay for extended working hours or hazardous condition. Provide small denomination spot bonuses, train, retrain, or cross-train, and of course, recognize our employees. So that ends this session. So we will be seeing you again later afternoon. Thank you. We'll be letting you go now, Mr. Michael.
Thank you everyone.
All right, so let's welcome our next speaker for this afternoon session. Let's check if he's here already. Can you please turn on your microphone and camera, Mr. Daryl?
Hi.
All right. So to continue the afternoon session, okay, for the Philippine HR Assembly 2020, Mr. Daryl Malonzo is an academician, an HR practitioner, clinician, and a school administrator, juggling various work and capacities and effectively managing his time for all his current engagements is probably one of his best assets. He is the Chief Operations Officer of Colegio de Sebastian Pampanga Incorporated, the HR and Admin Director of the Dominican College of Tarlac, Unit Coordinator for Psychology at May Kawayan College in Bulacan. Managing his present diverse works and responsibilities does not limit him from doing other jobs. He is the HR consultant of DWPL 91.9 Bright FM and also a practicing psychologist. A founding board member of the Psychological Association of the Philippines Central Luzon Chapter, a graduate of Master of Science in Psychology at De La Salle University, Manila, and to discuss the labor laws and compliances during the COVID-19 pandemic, fellow HR and organizational leaders, we have Mr. Daryl Dada Malonzo.
Hi, Jester.
Hi, please take it away.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all our fellow HR practitioners here and abroad. I suppose we also have viewers coming from different countries. So, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So, I'll be telling you things which probably you already know by now because of the different
I think we did have some technical issues. We'll try to have Mr. Daryl get connected again. So let's wait for Mr. Daryl to connect again. Please stand by. All right, Mr. Daryl is here again. Sorry for the technical glitches.
Out from the room. Hi, sorry, I was kicked out from the room. Good afternoon again, everyone. So thank you so much for tuning in to the Philippine HR Assembly 2020. And this is also brought to you by no less than, of course, Circologica, CPHR Philippines, and Luzon HR Council. To everyone who's watching, especially to all HR practitioners out there, thank you so much for tuning in. So probably I will be telling you things which you are familiar of as of the moment, probably because of the different circulars that the Department of Labor has already issued since the time of the pandemic. Okay, so we termed it as the labor laws and HR compliance on the impact of COVID-19. because apparently there are department memos coming from the Department of Labor pertinent and pertaining only to how we should manage our organizations during the time of the pandemic. So as an introduction, the first one is based from the statistics of the Department of Labor and Employment, there are more than 2.3 million workers were displaced nationwide due to the COVID-19 pandemic as of April 24, 2020. Okay? There are nearly 6 in 10 displaced workers, which are coming from the areas of NCR, Central Luzon, and Davao region. Almost 53% of these displaced workers are coming from NCR, and 30% are from Central Luzon. And approximately 14%, 12 to 14% are only coming from the other parts of the country. So most displaced workers are centered on NCR, Central Luzon, and Davao region. And nearly 6 in 10 of the employed nationwide are the informal economy and are very vulnerable. When we say they are part of the informal economy, it only means that these are sole proprietors or even entrepreneurs or starting entrepreneurs, wherein partly they are also part of the employed sector, but they are still starting to make their businesses work. But because of the pandemic, then they are highly affected by this disease. And 797,729 workers were affected by the reduced incomes under the alternative work arrangements like less workdays, rotation, forced leave, and telecommuting. I've heard the previous speakers and they've talked about work arrangements in order for the company to manage its losses. However, there are approximately almost 1 million workers which are affected by this alternative work arrangements, which the government also needs to promulgate precisely because we want to save our economy. So these are the labor advisories and department orders which came out approximately starting January up until the present. So we have the first one, the Labor Advisory number 1 series of 2020, which was released in January 13, 2020, pertaining to the suspension of work in the private sector by reason of natural or man-made calamities. So when we speak of natural calamities or problems that we encountered by the private sector, which may be natural or man-made, then suspension of work may be a management prerogative. And during the suspension of work due to natural causes or man-made calamities, payment of wages for unworked employees would be, they will not receive pay unless it is otherwise signified by an existing collective bargaining agreement or a company policy which is favorable to the employees. If and when such calamities happen and workers do not report for work, then the company may not pay these employees. But if there are ongoing or current policies that would benefit them, then you need to provide for the employees. If worked, there will be no additional pay, but it would be the management's prerogative to provide extra pay, such as what Mikel just mentioned a while ago, that it could be possible that private sectors can also provide hazard pay, but we are not required to provide such. Just when companies are or do have some to share with their employees, then we could manage to provide them with additional pays. And we have to take note that when we suspend work, there is no liability in case of failure of refusal to work by an employee. But we have to make clear what do we mean by the failure of refusal to work. Only when there is an imminent danger in terms of going to work, that's why the employee is barred from going to work. In this case, the pandemic, it might be hazardous, especially if they're coming from areas wherein the concentration of cases of COVID-19 are within the reach of their places, then most likely employees would refuse to work. As according to the labor advisory number 1, they're not liable for refusing not to go to work because of safety reasons. Another is Labor Advisory number 3, series of 2020, promulgating the basic guidelines in the prevention of the spread of COVID-19. So these are simple steps enumerated by the Department of Labor in order for companies to promulgate to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in their specific institutions. The first one is avoiding contact. So most of the companies adjusted to this by doing contactless operations and at the same time by doing work from home. We are also advised to do frequent hand washing and avoiding visiting crowded places, especially now that our employees, some of our skeleton workforces are already reporting for work. Then we need to advise our employees and our management team as well to avoid visiting crowded places. So before and after going to work, we might have employees wherein they would go to our workplace, and after which they go directly to the malls and mingle with a lot of people. So there should be some guidelines set and parameters set by the institution by providing our employees safety rules and regulations. And the most important part is when symptoms are experienced by any employee, automatically the employer should consult a medical team expert in terms of the prevention of COVID-19. If and when there are limited resources within the company, then the company may resort to asking for help from the government, from the local or national government regarding cases of COVID-19 in the workplace. Another would be the Labor Advisory number 4 series of 2020, which was released in January 31, 2020. These are guidelines on 2019 novel coronavirus prevention and control at the workplace. It enumerates workplace health, sanitation, and info dissemination would be cared by the institution and the HR in that manner. So in terms of propagating workplace health and sanitation, proper sanitation and dissemination of information, it is the company that has the responsibility more than the employee. So leave of absence and entitlements under Labor Advisory number 4 tells us that workers' leave of absence may be charged to their annual leaves. So if they have accrued leaves which were not used in previous years, then they are entitled to file leaves, especially if you're already asking them to report for work, but they see the possibility of them acquiring COVID-19. What happens is that employees could file a leave. So their work leaves would be deducted from their annual leaves or accrued leaves when possible. And then employers' non-remittance. We have to remember that all companies should be paying all these mandatory benefits, especially those that are relevant to health. This would include, of course, PhilHealth and SSS, just in case there would be cases in the institution wherein an employee will be affected or would contract the virus. So if the company is not paying for PhilHealth and SSS and this government mandatory benefits, what happens is that the company has the full responsibility to shoulder the medical expenses until the full recovery of the employee. So it would be better if we are really paying all our mandatory benefits for our employees, so that when the time comes, and we're not hoping that they would that day would come where they would need to secure some remittance from these government agencies because of illnesses, then employers would have the full responsibility to take good care of their employees and to pay the full amount of expenses for the full recovery of the employees during the time of pandemic. So Labor Advisory Number 9, Series of 2020, which was released in March 4, 2020, sets the guidelines on the implementation of flexible work arrangements as remedial measures for the ongoing outbreak of coronavirus disease. So I suppose it was already been discussed by previous speaker that flexible work arrangements are necessary but from Labor Advisory Number 9 in order to help the companies secure still financial stability. Some flexible work arrangements would include reduction of work hours or work days, wherein employees are given a shorter working hour reporting for work. It is also possible that rotation of workers is done or even forced leave when really very necessary. The posting and notice should be done by the HR department or the institution by properly notifying the Department of Labor. So on your screen, I have posted the exact file or the form wherein you can access it, and you need to file this work arrangements, necessary work arrangements that you took in order to prevent losses from the company. So please access them at www.dole.gov.ph and look for the COVID-19 monitoring form. So all companies who took and may be taking remedial measures for the ongoing coronavirus outbreak are enjoined to provide this particular monitoring form to the Department of Labor. So Labor Advisory Number 11, Series of 2020, which was released in March 16, 2020, sets the supplemental guidelines relative to the remedial measures in view of the ongoing outbreak of coronavirus. This is an addendum to the previous memo, which is Labor Advisory Number 9, for the remedial measures, adaptation of flexible work arrangements. It is also a memo telling manufacturing and retail services establishments to remain open even in the time of pandemic. Leaves of absence may also be used, or existing leave credits may be used for leave of absences, and providing employees with proper identification and certificate of employment in order for them to travel from one place to another, especially if they are reporting for work. So self-employed needs a proof of business for travel, and all healthcare facilities shall be fully operational. This only means that if you are working in a hospital, may it be private or public, then all types of health facilities should remain open in the time of COVID-19. Labor Advisory Number 14, Series of 2020, which was released in April 1, 2020, clarifies the non-inclusion of enhanced community quarantine period on the 6-month probationary period. If we hired an employee probably January 2020 or February 2020, and by June or July of this year, they are already set to be regularized, the provisions on the Labor Advisory Number 14 tells us that this only applies to all employers in the private sector, and in determining the 6-month probationary period, the ECQ or the Enhanced Community Quarantine period is not included in the counting of the 6-month period. Therefore, if your employee is set to be regularized in June because of at least 1 month ECQ, then we need to extend the probationary period until July, if and when the company deems it possible and necessary. Labor Advisory number 17, series of 2020, which was released on May 18, 2020, gives the guidelines on the employment preservation upon the resumption of business operation. For companies who will be asking employees to go back to their workplaces, then the companies are enjoined to provide or to submit to health standards promulgated by the Department of Health, also by the Department of Labor. There should also be alternative work schemes. It is also possible that we offer work from home and telecommuting, and wages and wage-related benefits shall also be communicated properly with our employees, especially those who are working from home and those who are given alternative work schemes. So their wages or even their benefits could, change over time because of this accommodations that we are doing in terms of alternative work arrangements. And it is necessary that all these alternative work schemes should be handled by the HR and should be reported to the Department of Labor. So moving to the second part of this short talk would be HR compliance. So there are only 3 things that the Department of Labor wants us to comply within the time of the pandemic. Okay, so these are manifested in their labor advisories. And the first one is the Department Order number 208, series of 2020, which highlights the guidelines in the implementation of the mental health workplace policies and programs for the private sector. So this enumerates now that HRs or maybe the company administration should formulate mental health policies and programs for all its employees. There should be the pronouncement of the advocacy, what it is for, proper information dissemination, education and training of employees engaged in such program and policy. It is also possible that work accommodations and work arrangements would be given when an employee is deemed to have or manifesting symptoms which are mental health related. Treatment, rehabilitation, and referral system should also be included in the policy to support the mechanism of the program for the employees, securing and ensuring our employees that they are mentally healthy and at the same time that the institution or the corporations would have their programs for mental health. The Joint Department Order Series 2020, which was released in May 1, 2020, in cooperation with the Department of Trade and Industry. So the DTI and DOLE interim guidelines for workplace prevention and control of COVID-19 tells us the following guidelines, which should be included in our reporting for our OSH, okay, for our OSH report. So the duties of employers should provide necessary policies of the prevention of COVID-19. I suppose at this time, your institutions have already formulated the policies regarding the possible prevention or the prevention of COVID-19. We are also enjoined by the Department of Labor and the Department of Trade and Industry to provide resources and materials needed by the employees. Specifically, these materials are the PPEs, or for basics, we have the masks and even alcohol, or for sanitation purposes, we have tissue and the like. So COVID-19 testing kits are not necessarily being forced by the government to be done by the private sector. However, they are trying to tell us in the private sector that if we would want to really help our employees, we might also provide testing kits for COVID-19. We need to designate safety officers. We need to enhance health insurance. Probably a lot of us may already have health insurances, but when possible, as according to the Joint DO, we would want to expand the coverage of the benefits. So where feasible, we provide shuttle service. So if the company is willing to provide services, especially those who are commuting, for employees who are commuting, then it is our duty and responsibility as the institution to provide shuttle services for our employees. Enjoin the hiring from the local community and put up a COVID-19 hotline. So the worker's responsibility vis-a-vis the employer's responsibility would, 1, to comply with the workplace measures, 2, observe proper respiratory etiquette, 3, coughing and sneezing into tissue is necessary, 4, disposal of garbage, proper disposal of garbage is recommended, and of course, disinfect at all times. In the COVID-19 testing, employers may test workers for COVID-19, but it should not be forcefully done. Company policy on COVID-19 testing shall be formulated and agreed upon by employers and workers. So in formulating our policies and prevention of COVID-19, what we need to do is to consult also our employees regarding the possible policies or recommendation based on our policies, because apparently it could be possible that we would ask our employees to run through COVID-19 testing. However, it may violate their rights, especially to right to privacy. So we need to consult our employees in the formulation of our guidelines for our policies for the prevention of COVID-19. And lastly, and sadly, I must end with this particular foregoing policy, which is the applicability of the Philippine laws and labor regulations during the lockdown or quarantine. So no less than the Labor Code recognizes retrenchment as a right of the management to meet clear and continuing economic threats or during periods of economic recession to prevent losses. When the management decides that the company is losing a lot because of the pandemic, then it could resort to retrenchment. So how do we really define retrenchment? Based from the case of Waterfront Cebu City Hotel versus Jimenez, the Supreme Court had the occasion to define retrenchment. So retrenchment now, as defined by the Supreme Court, is the termination of employment initiated by the employer through no fault of and without prejudice to the employees. It is resorted to during periods of business recession, industrial depression, or seasonal fluctuations, or during lulls occasioned by lack of orders, shortage of materials, conversion of the plant for a new production program, or the introduction of new methods or more efficient machinery or of automation. It is an act of the employer of dismissing employees because of losses in the operation of a business, lack of work, and considerable reduction of the volume of its business. So we in the HR, although we're not advising HR practitioners to do retrenchment, when it is necessary, we can do so. But there are prerequisites to it. Aside from that, when doing retrenchment, we need to comply with the legal procedures for it. First, retrenchment is to be undertaken to prevent losses which are not merely de minimis, but substantial, serious, actual, and real, or if only expected, are reasonably imminent as perceived objectively and in good faith by the employer. So it only means that we can do retrenchment if and when it is found that there is an actual and serious substantial loss of the company because of a certain phenomenon. In this case, we have COVID-19. The employer serves written notices both to the employees and the Department of Labor at least 1 month prior to the intended date of retrenchment. So to be technical about it, we need to provide our employees being dismissed at least 1 month notice for the retrenchment. 3, the employer pays the retrenched employees separation pay, equivalent to 1 month pay or at least half-month pay or every year of service, whichever is higher. So automatically, if we do retrenchment, we need to compute for separation pay of the retrenched employees. This should also comply with the Bureau of Working Conditions as promulgated in their annual or semi-annual manual in terms of the separation pay and other benefits accorded to the employees. Number 4, the employer must use fair and reasonable criteria in ascertaining who would be dismissed and retained among the employees. And lastly, the retrenchment must be undertaken in good faith. The last and final procedure should always be complied with, that it should be undertaken in good faith. We are not doing retrenchment based on our bias, but because there is a need to safeguard the institution's financial stability. That is why we are doing retrenchment. So with that, I am ending my presentation on labor laws and HR compliance on the impact of COVID-19. So for questions and queries, you may visit the following web sites: Facebook, Gmail. You can mail me through my personal email, and also you can connect to me through my LinkedIn account. So Jester, thank you so much, HR people, for this very wonderful avenue in order for us to collaborate and to think of our policies and procedures to be employed in our respective companies. Thank you and God bless.
All right, thank you. And keep safe. All right. Thank you, Mr. Daryl, for a very informative session. Please stay connected, as we have 2 questions for you from our viewers. Please try to shed some light. Would it be okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So we have a question here from GLG Bellido. No? How can you give bonuses or incentives to employees, since most of the companies experienced business loss? We employees should also understand our employer. So again, how can you give bonuses or incentives to employees, since most of the companies experience business loss?
Okay, so when we say bonuses, of course, these are non-required to companies to provide. Only when there are funds available, that's when we give this additional bonuses to our employees. So the private sector or even the government is not mandated to provide bonuses when there are no available funds. But securing funds, probably you might have a tie-up with a multinational company and they're providing you sources of funds, then you may provide your employees with a portion or a fraction of the subsidy that they are providing when necessary.
All right, thank you for shedding some light. Last question from Tin Tria Koizumi. Are employers required to provide COVID-19 testing kits?
It's not necessary for, so far, there are no government rulings requiring all companies to provide testing kits. But if we have the ability and at the same time the facility to do such, then we would, of course, we would want all our employees and stakeholders to be safe whenever they are reporting in their workplaces. So definitely, if we have the source, the funds, and at the same time the facilities to do so, then we would employ COVID-19 testing. That would be something of value to the employees because they would realize that there is a true care coming from the employers.
Thank you for that. Since this topic is very technical and very and very critical, marami tayo nagtatanong. So you can ask directly Mr. Daryl Malonzo regarding your questions. He will be putting his Gmail here sa comments. He'll try later, so you can ask him directly. All right. So again, thank you for a very informative session and guiding us on as to how we can be compliant without violating their basic rights and be reminded of our roles and responsibilities, other than making sure our organization survives. You know, the questions keep flying when it comes to how employers can and should respond during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's very hard to deal with this kind of situation, and this shouldn't be taken lightly because we're dealing with the welfare of our employees and also the survival of our organization. So from his talk, we were enlightened on how how we should respond through the guidance of DOLE labor advisories and department order. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Daryl Malonzo, and we'll see you again later.
Thank you.
Goodbye. All right, our next speaker is here. She will be talking about the HR's role in successful remote team management. So let's check if she's around. Can you please turn on your camera and microphone? Ms. Naila?
Hello.
Ayan, hello. So let's start. Let's go deeper in COVID-19 resilience, especially for our HR professionals. Ms. Naila Person Burgos, or Niles as she is fondly called, carries with her over 9 years of combined hands-on experience and practice in the fields of manufacturing, human resources management, hospitality, and tourism. She is currently the Vice President of Quick Strike Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated, located in San Fernando, Pampanga. Naila established this company 6 years ago, which main office is based on Orem, Utah, USA. She graduated at Brigham Young University, Hawaii, USA, with a degree in business, BS Hospitality and Tourism Management. She also studied communication arts at the University of Philippines, Los Baños. She previously worked at Disneyland, California, and at the #1 tourist spot in Hawaii, or the Polynesian Cultural Center in Ley, or I hope She is now happily married for 5 beautiful years with a daughter. She is a Toastmaster, a youth and women empowerment advocate, and she invites all of you to subscribe to her YouTube channel, Set Goals with Naila. So again, may we present to you Ms. Naila Person Burgos.
Wow, thank you so much, Jester, for that very energetic introduction. And yes, if you have time and if you like my presentation this afternoon, I would like to invite all of you to please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Okay, so how is everyone? Hopefully everybody is doing great today. This afternoon, we are going to talk about HR's role in the remote team management. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. What is really our role as HR, especially now that everybody or most of the companies are going to the work from home option? When the pandemic started here in Pampanga, our company was really challenged. Most of our employees, of course, especially those who can work from home, they really wanted us to right away decide and approve our permanent work from home schedule. But of course, our management, on the other hand, they were very concerned about the productivity. Is this going to match our productivity in the work in the office versus the productivity in the home? So that is our topic for this afternoon. How are we going to manage our team? And so let me go to my list quickly of the advantages of working from home. There are many advantages, and I just want to enumerate 5. So first is, of course, it will save our money, time, especially traveling costs and hours. Decrease work-life conflicts, promote work-life harmony, because of course you have more time with your family and loved ones. And cut down stresses, because when people are less tired, you can produce or you can boost their productivity. Improve health, fitness, and wellness, and of course, flexibility. On the other hand, what are the biggest struggles with working remotely? According to State of Remote Report 2019, here's a list of the common struggles. Unplugging after work, loneliness, collaborating or communication, distractions at home, being in a different time zone than teammates, staying motivated, taking vacation time, others finding reliable Wi-Fi. So what is my point here? My point here is, as human resources team, we need to take advantage of the benefits of working from home and at the same time resolve the struggles with working from home or remotely. This afternoon, I would like to share with you 3 of the major roles of the human resources in managing a remote team. I would like to use an acronym I called ACE, ACE. Thus, the title of my presentation this afternoon is how to ace remote team management. First, A is for align, C, competencies, E, employee engagement. Let's go to letter A, align. Our role as human resource is to bridge the gap within the organization. We represent the employees to the top management, and likewise, we represent the top management to our employees. It is very important to have a very clear vision of what both parties are going through. Just like what I mentioned earlier, when the pandemic started, employees panicked and wanted and really requested for their safety. While the company, they are worried about the productivity, especially our company is manufacturing. We cannot allow all of our employees to work from home. So as human resources, we need to understand the primary needs of our employees, such as example, security, growth, compensation, the productivity or the workload, the challenges, and then we report this clearly to the management team, to the company owner. And if we are not able to do that, it's going to be hard for us to make wise decisions, and we might lose some of our great employees. And then also, our role, secondly, we need to also be able to explain to our employees the vision, the direction, example, the core values, the culture, or the product, services, and the challenges our company is facing right now. Specifically during this pandemic, there should always be an open communication so that better decision and the best thing can be done in any given situation. I would like to use this is one of my favorite story about a hunter and the wild pig. So there once was a hunter, a great hunter, and one day he decided to climb Mount Arara. And Mount Arara is famous for wild pigs. So he went there and then he found this pig with a pink nose. It's funny, yeah? It's a pink nose. And then he right away shoot the pig with his arrow. But unfortunately, he missed it. The pig was able to escape his arrow. So he went home very frustrated, and then he came back home and he promised that he will practice for 7 days and he will come back to Mount Arara and he will find the same pig. So after 7 days, he came back. And luckily, he found the same pig with the pink nose. Yes, the pink nose. And right away, he shot it. But he missed it again. And he was so frustrated this time, and he came back home and he promised that after a year, he is going to go back, and this time he will succeed. So after a year, he decided to go back, but this time he went there very early in the morning. And to his surprise, he found out that the pig was practicing as well how to escape the arrows from his hunters. He realized that his efforts, that the efforts also of this pig were doubled. So what am I trying to explain here? The hunter can represent our employees, while the pig can be our company, our directions. The arrows can be the concerns, the questions, the policies, especially the changes that we are doing right now because of working remotely. It's easier to have a lot of miscommunication. That is our very important role as HR. We need to make sure that the arrow hits the pig. We need to bridge the gap. We need to convey the messages of both parties clearly. And how can we do that? So I have very few suggestions. Number one, you can adjust your management style. You can, of course, when you're talking to your rank and file or your supervisors, managers, you have to use different kinds of management style. Build rapport by trust signals. It's important that we let the employees and the management, the top management, trust us. And also likewise, we trust them. When relationships are built in trust, then there is a very great connection between the two. It's easier to comply, to obey the changes because everybody trusts each other and we need to stop doubting each other or yung we hinuhuli natin, we catch each other's faults. Monitoring tools for task management. As HR, even though we are HR, we need to understand the work of our employees. Like for me, I am not a software engineer, but because I am handling software engineers, I need to be able to at least see what are their projects, the deadlines, so I can constantly understand what they are going through. We use Slack, Jira, Zoom, GitHub, Trello, and Monday. It is very important that the productivity in the home matches up or even exceeds that of what they can accomplish in the office. Of course, working in the office is it's more advantageous, but we can do also more when we are working remotely. Company mission, vision, goals must be discussed to the employees, including the core values, new products, and processes, especially when we are creating our climate in the company. What do I mean by that? You know, we have culture, but it's more importantly, we build climate. Climate means what do we do that make them feel something? Okay, that's the connection. Let's go to letter C, competencies. Competencies and expectations. Of course, this is how I was able to convince the management to do a lot of work from home remotely, because when you have understood the importance of competencies compared to job description is when you enumerate the list of things they need to do versus the ability, the capability, and the potentials of our employees. Instead of focusing on the quota, the specific things that you want them to accomplish, rather you will focus on their potentials, like what can they do more? And that is competencies. How can we do this? Establish expectations by creating recurring check-ins and reviews. So this is very important. When we make expectations, when we establish expectations, we need to have clear timeline when we will follow up them, when we will check them. What are their deadlines? Without deadlines, it's like we're going to nowhere. And of course, we develop employee plans, employee development plans. As HR, even though they are working remotely, we need to constantly check on them and their possible opportunities in our organization. In our company, when we started our work from home for the graphic artist department, we realized that we can actually promote other people or create additional job titles who can actually help us become more efficient in our processes and engineering. So something like that. You can create opportunities also during this time of work from home options. Third is when you establish culture of ownership and accountability. This is also one way that we can boost the morale of our employees. If we let them feel that what they are doing is their own, this is their authorship, then they will be accountable. They want to be able to pass all the deadlines without us pushing too much, because they know that this will be part of their accomplishment. This will give them a sense of fulfillment, and they'll be proud of themselves because this is their work. This is my design. This is my style. So that is one way that we can actually boost their confidence and productivity. Fourth is use key competencies in your performance evaluation appraisal. Right now, even though we have new employees before the pandemic or the outbreak, we still do our performance evaluation. And it's actually amazing because that's one way we can still connect with them. And when we do that, we use our key competencies. And these key competencies actually opens our mind to many possibilities of what we can assign to this person more. Example of key competency is adaptability. Like for example, for our graphic designers, they make designs online from our clients abroad. So before in the office, they have quality assurance working with them constantly. But because of this new setup, we were able to see who among them can adapt easily to new processes and new work structures without close supervision. If you have questions about key competencies and how to make it, you can also use job activities, and there are things that you can consider on how to create key competencies for each job title. It's important to do it for each job title because different job titles, different expectations, different capabilities, and different competencies. And if you want a list of competencies, you can email me and I can send you a list, and we can, I can share more about this and we can create one for your company. Okay, so that is our letter C, competencies. Now, this is my favorite and the last most important role of HR in remote team management. And this is employee engagement. This is actually my favorite one because this is where you can be super creative on how you can make them feel that the company is so alive and that the HR team is so just right there, right next to their door. They need to feel our presence, our beauty, and our heart. And so I'd like to use the Shackleton Endurance Expedition story. If you know, Ernest Shackleton became famous because of two expeditions he did. The very first one was the Discovery Expedition in 1901, and this is the discovery of the Antarctica. And the second one is when he came back. He went back to Antarctica, and this time it's called the Endurance Expedition in 1914 to 1917, 3 years. And this time, the objective of this expedition is they wanted to travel the Antarctica passing the South Pole. So they want to create a route that is going to be famous for everybody so they can follow it. And so with his 28 men, they went and sailed the ship, the Endurance Expedition. And what happened was, during this time, this expedition became famous because all of them survived. Nobody died in 3 years that they were stuck in the sea of ice. During the expedition, suddenly there was a big, everything was frozen. So there's no water to sail. And what are they going to do? So imagine yourself in Shackleton's shoes. You are in command of a ship that has been immobilized within a sea of ice. What is your top priority? as leader or as human resources of the expedition, what is the first thing you will do? Think about it. When the lockdown started, what was your most important priority as HR? Like, I remember, for me, it was the safety of the people. Second is the productivity of the people. Then I was like, oh yeah, I need to make sure everybody was safe. So I need to make sure we delivered all the equipment to their houses right away. And those who will be working skeletal here in the factory, we will be able to provide all of the safety measures and the PPE that they need. And so this is Shackleton's strategy. His strategy is this: employee engagement, or the engagement of his people. Every after dinner, they gather together, they play what is this game? They played, and then they eat together, they play outside, they just be so productive. So his strategy is to keep the morale of the people by focusing to their positive energy. He wanted them to stay happy and to focus on the positive side of life so that their productivity and their positive energy to produce great output would not be affected. Just like in our production or in our company, if we will focus on how to cheer them up, to make them happy, to make them realize that even though they will run out of food sooner, or that they don't have any ways to go back to their home because everything is frozen at the time, there is hope. There is a way, and we can do better as a team. And so, my dear friends, here are some of the things that we did during the pandemic on how we can engage our employees. First and foremost, we use animated GIFs and emoticons to convey our emotions online. Yes, you know, when you're communicating online, although it's a one-on-one communication, you need to let them feel your emotions. You need to let them feel that even though this is a computer that you are talking, you are still can feel their feelings and emotions. Number 2, help them fight cabin fever and isolation. So how do you do that? So, of course, you know, most of our people, they are very extrovert, they are very outgoing people. And so when you stuck them in the house, oh no, they will become super, crazy about life. So we need to help them fight this feeling of isolation. So how do we do that? So we keep connecting to them weekly and daily as possible. And of course, our managers, we empower them to keep their team motivated. Set up a very good workstation or space. So before they started their work from home option, they sent us photos of their workstation. And for some companies, they're very creative. They even gave tarpaulins of the company logo so they can feel that even though maybe their office is inside the room, they can feel that this is a different part of their room. This is my workstation. Or maybe if you have 5S policy, you can also do it in their homes. So they can have their office, our office can be the extension of their homes, or rather their homes can be an extension of our offices. Organize creative group gathering online, physically, or do challenges. Like for us, we have book clubs. So what we did is we have book of the month every month. So those who read the book, we can gather together online, discuss the book. And then we also have challenges like TikTok, especially for those who love TikTok. We have this, what are you going to do when you go back to office? What will be your attire? And it's funny. And then we also have Zoom quarterly meeting, or sometimes every other month we do Zoom gathering as a whole company. And then we do raffles, like for example, load, or like extra, cash. And if you have budget, something like that, you can be so creative. And lastly, minimize distractions. So one of our employees, he was messaging us, he really wanted to go back to the office because he's very distracted. And he's very distracted because at home, he can, whenever he sees his bed, he wants to sleep right away. And so we told him, okay, and then he can, he just can't focus because it's not his, daily lifestyle. So what can we do to make him, to have less distractions for him? Of course, we try to give him tips, and then we set up his office in the house, and then we try to we focus on these people who needs more attention so we can be able to address their needs. And at the same time, because we have a schedule on when we are going to check them, then we are not bugging them most of the time, especially when there are deadlines. We try to, of course, make sure that our communication is not also very stressful to them, but because we trust them more. And so that is our employee engagement. So ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, this is our very important time to prove that our role as HR is ever evolving. It's very changing. We need to be able to adapt easily, and we need to be constantly investing on ourselves so we can address important issues timely. Here are the most important roles that we can do right now, especially with managing the remote team. And again, first is align. We align the management and the employees in any possible alignment that we need to align them. Second is we set competencies. We build expectations and trust. And when we can do that, we can easily boost our productivity because we know exactly what we expect from them and how are they going to go, how are they going to do their work. And lastly, employee engagement. When we know how to give mental medicine to our employees, because our mindset is very, very powerful, then we can make a better unity and a better atmosphere and culture within the company and even outside our offices. And when we can do that, we can succeed as a team. We can achieve more and we can be a better company. So that is my 3 important roles of HR in remote team management.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Naila Person Burgos, for that talk. No, tandaan ng ACE. Okay, ano ba yung ACE natin? Again. All right, in the days before the internet and the growing importance of digital transformation, to competitive success in the global marketplace, working from home or even outside the office was a rarity for many professionals. After all, the resources, equipment, and staff needed to accomplish the day's tasks were at the office, not at home or in a hotel, and productivity was tied to doing business face-to-face. So over time, however, as technology made it easier to communicate, create, and collaborate regardless of distance, location, or time zone, remote employees and entire remote teams became more practical and more common. Local workers could enjoy more flexible and productive schedules. Remote workers could be called upon from across the globe, creating exciting possibilities for greater creativity, collaboration, and productivity. So beyond convenience, though the potential fallout from natural disasters, political conflicts, and epidemics such as the current COVID-19 pandemic have also made remote work more sensible and safe than ever before. So with team members working from home in desperate locations, many of them sheltering in place or practicing self-isolation, effective team management is critical. So again, thank you very much, Ms. Naila Person Burgos. And then after our last speaker, we'll be seeing you again for your imparting message to our viewers. Once again, Ms. Naila Person Burgos. All right, let's welcome our next speaker and final speaker, for this Philippine HR Assembly. I'm sorry, I think we're having another technical difficulties. All right, our next and final speaker is here. Can you please turn on your microphone and the camera? Ms. Pinky, hello, are you there? Hello? Ayan, okay na. So just please put your microphone on, turn on your microphone.
Hi,
So they
Jester.
can hear you. Can you greet our viewers?
Hi, everybody.
All right, so let's start. Let me introduce to you our next and final speaker for this day. Maria Ceililita Bautista, or Miss Pinky. Miss Pinky is an HR practitioner with 7 years background in talent management, engagement, and compensation and rewards. She has spent the 7 years working in the elevator and escalator industry. Then prior to this, she had worked for 5 years in the BPO or contact center industry, focusing her expertise on training and development. Her current role is at Jardine Schindler Group. She's currently the HR Business Partner Manager, being accountable for strategic and operational HR support to sustain the ongoing organization and business growth. Responsible for driving and implementing all aspects of human resources functions in the Philippines. Pinky is a licensed nurse and graduated with a BS nursing degree. She had taken her certification for CPHR and is ongoing with her HR diploma. Again, Miss Pinky.
Thank you so much, Jester, and I wish everybody the warmest afternoon. I'm sure that you had a jam-packed session with the other speakers, and thank you, CPHR, for organizing this for our community. So it's making sure that as we go through the post-crisis, we are still learning through our network and through our partnership. So I will go ahead and talk about my last topic. It's so hard to be the last topic for the day for all the speakers. I will keep it short and sweet. And as I mentioned when I was talking to Jester and the team, my main goal for the topic on the guide for the HR new norms is really about sharing my personal insights. So Jester, should I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, please. Could you also try to fix your microphone? I think it's a bit choppy.
Okay.
But I'm seeing your network connection is great. You have 5 bars, so I think it's more on the microphone.
So just let me know if you guys can see my screen. I do have some polls, and I hope that I would get some participation, but let's see how good the connection is. I heard that there's over 1,000 people participating in Facebook, and that's really great to hear. So it's been day 74 for the Philippines, as we are currently still on ECQ, and we're getting ready and preparing for GCQ, which we're hoping for the announcement in the next few days, and I'm looking forward to this. So my topic in the next 30 minutes is HR's guide in preparing for the new normal. So let's brace ourselves as we go through the post-COVID-19 preparations and what can we do as a community. So I want to start off with a poll question. I think it's fun to start off with this. I don't know about you, but for me, it's been 74 days since I got out from house. So the first question I have for everybody is, how are we or the work from home arrangements working for you? So here's what I'd like you to do. Lester, I'm not sure if the anecdote is working where they can put like a heart beside which answer. Would you be able to help me out?
Sorry, can you please say it again? you're having a
Yeah.
poor, I'm not really catching up with what you're saying.
Not sure if the line's quite good, but for this question, for those who are online, there is usually an annotation in Zoom wherein you can put a tag right in front of the poll question.
Our viewers is actually on the Facebook group, so they cannot really see the
To be
features
able to do
here
the-
on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
But you can ask them to
worries.
comment down below on the
So-
Facebook.
Okay, so it would be great to see your comments on the Facebook page. So when I did this with my team and the organization, so I was getting mixed responses, and these were some of the reactions. 60% of them were saying that they're surviving. 40% were saying that they're loving it. And I think there were like 1 or 2 people who said that they can't wait for this social experiment to be over. So personally, for me, I just want to share my personal insights. I'm actually a mom of a 4-year-old, and one of the things that was the biggest struggle with the change of the new norm is really juggling personal life and work life. Unlike before, you would have spheres wherein you could really focus in work, being in the office. Now you have to find creative ways to get your 4-year-old to do something else while you're attending webinars such as this one, doing meetings, doing contact tracing, which are the normal things that HR do. And I really have my hands up to the community. It's been so busy, I'm sure, for you guys, just like myself, as we get ready to ensure that our people are safe and healthy and we resume the normal work. So I'll just quickly go through my agenda. I just have 3 topics that I want to cover. What are the current developments in the Philippines? And I want to focus, the meat of my session will be on the workplace safety and health return protocols, because this will be the new norms released by DOLE and DTI. And last but not the least, it's, as I said, it's about sharing of my insights, what our organization has been going through for the past 74 days. And the insights are very personal, so I hope that you win from it. But I do have a full disclosure that each company runs differently. So your resources may be different. How you guys are going to set up after this new norm may also be different. So I hope that you'll be able to take away a few things from the workshop. So now, what are the developments in the Philippines? So we all know that we went through 3 phases. We went through phase 1, phase 2, and we're gearing for phase 3, which we're hoping to be announced by June 1st. So of course, because of these restrictions, as I mentioned, each business runs differently. Some of you may have already returned to work on skeletal workforce. Others are still not yet operational and will go operational afterwards. While others, I hear, based off the surveys that we've been doing and looking into our clients as well, have decided to close shop altogether. So it really is a crisis, and it's a humanitarian crisis that we are facing globally, not just in the Philippines. So that's why we really need to brace ourselves. And one of the major differences that I want to think of is, if you look at studies outside, some studies would talk about the virus as a war against the virus or COVID. But the mindset I have when I was doing my own insights, looking at this and preparing for the new norm, we need to tackle it in a different approach, that it is a long term and it will be a marathon. So maybe some of the things to start off first before you make preparations for the new norms in your organization is to really take a step back and reflect. And that can help our organization get ready for the future. This one is the latest cases. So something to also ponder on as a community, knowing that this is when we are on general, or we are still on modified quarantine. Then this number of cases. What more when the general quarantine comes? Are we going to expect wave 2, wave 3? So as an HR community, as an organization, these are some things that we need to factor in and prepare for. And that's why this is what I want to focus on. I want to focus on what is some of the reality that we have to do. So this one is just really a joke that I want to share. So I think that one of the craziest things is when COVID came and we went on lockdown, I think most of the organizations were not prepared. One of the things, the first budget that they cut in HR is usually on digital transformation, but suddenly there's a shift because just like what you're seeing in the picture is because there was this colliding point, everybody needed to adjust to the new norms. And we gotta be really brace ourselves for change, be open in mindset, because this is really gonna be the new trend for now. In fact, what I'm foreseeing is even as we go through the changes, I don't think that the full workforce will be coming back. So these are one of the things that we also need to prepare for as an HR community. The main focus of my topic, jumping into it, is the workplace safety and health return to work protocols.
Thank you. Before you start your presentation, can we talk you for a while? Can you try plugging out your microphone because we're hearing a distorted audio from you, but you have very nice signal, but I think it's on the microphone. Can you try again? Can you try? Can you try speaking? Yeah, can you please try again and proceed with your presentation?
Jester, hello, is that better?
I'm hearing you fine, but it's kind of distorted. I'm not sure if it's your network problem or your microphone, but I can hear you somehow fine, but the others find it somehow challenging to hear your voice because of your distorted sound. Can you please try speaking again?
You want me to go ahead and hello? Can you guys hear me? Is that better?
We can hear you, but I think it's going better. Please proceed.
Okay. So as I was talking, we're talking about the workplace safety and health return to work protocols. So these are the standards. You can reference it to the Department of Labor and DTI. So they released guidelines as we went into a modified G. And I'm sure that we will actually get more guidelines as soon as we convert into the GCQ. So what I did is to make it more simplified is you can refer to this table for the 4 major guidelines in preparation for your workplace safety and health. And we personally gone through this 2 weeks ago for our organization. We returned as a skeletal workforce. So I will share with you some of the photos and some of the preparations that we had gone through in the last 2 weeks as we return our workforce. So one of the first things that was recommended is really mental resilience and to increase physical and mental resilience for the workplace. So some of the 3 major things that was mentioned on the guideline is really staying healthy, consideration for the HR or for the organization to provide medicine, vitamins, and the mental health counseling. I think one of the things I noticed is in the Philippines is we're not yet as strong when it comes to mental health, but because of what happened with the crisis, we really need to be more prepared because of depression and anxiety. The next pillar that the guidelines have has got to do with how to reduce the transmission. So I'll also share my personal insights on how we had set up and some of the practices. So one of the things to really gear for, and I think this one is one of the things that we face every day and still talk about as an organization, it's really the cost that we have to prepare for in order to make everybody return to work. So some things to consider would be the face masks, the health reporting, the temperature check, disinfection, and the lights. Other things I'm sure your organization has been doing this is minimizing the contact rate. So some of the recommendations that they talked about is the movement, physical distancing, stairs, work arrangements that your workforce or your organization should care for. And last but not the least is the reduce the risk of infection. So the workers, if it's COVID, what are the protocols? So the most important thing as early as now, as we prepare for GCQ or your organization returns to work, is what are the protocols that you have for contact tracing, for a suspected case, or what if it's a non-COVID one? So these were some of the 4 pillars recommended as the basic guidelines as we return to work. And for the past 2 weeks, I've been working with these guidelines together with our organization. We've gone through a soft opening, and 30% of our workforce has returned to the office. So these are the standard guidelines for Dole. You can find it in their Facebook website and the like. So some of the recommendations for being healthy, as we mentioned already, is vitamins, exercise, and getting 8 hours of sleep. While for the transmission, it's all about temperature checks, sanitizers, and face masks. So I'll jump into some of the practices that we did. So one of the things that we really did as an organization is to focus on the people and being there. So we had a lot of activities focusing on tips and tricks during work from home and how to elevate it. So like for our HR team, every week we would actually have a virtual home sweat home or a physical exercise. So some of you may be doing this as well. So it's 1 hour each day in the morning live stream. We did Zoom as well. Other things that I had personally promoted to the team for HR is actually having happy hour. So everybody would bring some snacks, would be in this meeting, have a cup of coffee, talk about how the day was. So it really was one of the things that we tried to do to engage people and make sure that the mental resilience was there and the physical. So other things, tips and tricks, how to do it work from home, and we even had a photo contest. So you would see some of the mechanics. I hope this helps you in setting up some more guidelines or some activities that you can do for physical and mental resilience. For transmission, now this one, as I mentioned, it varies really per organization, depending on the budget, depending on the requirements that you have. But basic protocols is there has to be face masks, whether you decide to give reusable face masks, whether you buy disposable face masks, will be purely up to your organization. So we were very fortunate that we had donations from the larger Schindler community, and we got face masks. So what we did is 2 weeks prior to the return of employees, HR together with the safety and health team were packing the kits and making preparations for the checklist. So one of the things that we did is upon return to work, they had to mandatory fill out a checklist or compliance, so it would be easier to do contact tracing for the individual as well as the health check. Other things that we did is we set up the foot wash and we had to restructure the office setup. So 2 weeks prior was one of the considerations, and then every day we still make changes. You have another sample for a different organization there, one set up for social distancing. So marking areas, how far is 1 meter, were one of the things that we had also done for the setup.
Miss Pinky, for last attempt, can you please try? Kasi since the distorted audio still nandyan pa rin, can you try connecting again? I'll be removing you from the Zoom application since we're really interested to hear your topic. I will be removing you from the Zoom application and then try to join again. So let's try that. Maybe it will help the distorted connection.
Let me disconnect really quick and restart, Jester.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
All right, we are very sorry for the inconvenience because this is actually the challenge of having a remote or webinars is the unprecedented situations like this. This is maybe due to network problems. maybe on our end or maybe on the end of the speaker. So while we are waiting for our final speaker to connect, we are again requesting everyone to participate sa ating discount coupon prizes, no? Kasi meron na tayong nakikita na mga nag-share and we will be awarding those with the 15% discount coupon. Again, what is the benefit of getting this 15% discount coupon, especially for HR professionals? You will be a certified chartered professional in human resources, just like our guest speakers here. This is recognized globally, guys. Okay, this is recognized by 33 countries globally. Especially this certification program originated from Canada. So hindi na siya optional. This is actually a mandatory requirement na if you are trying to move to Canada na, because since this license or program originated from them. Tapos unti-unti din, no, countries are starting to require this license sa mga HR professionals or HR leaders because of its improved credibility, and trust. Again, this CPHR will be running on June 18 to 19 for the CPHR Distant Learning Program, no? Joined by Filipino and foreign practitioners worldwide. We have an upcoming June 18 and 19. And then itong mananalo ng ating discount coupon, magagamit niyo ito sa next assembly. So again, if nakita nyo kanina yung mechanics natin on how to join the raffle prize, yun lang ang gagawin nyo. Just share our Facebook cover video. Use the caption. Ano ba yung caption? Kabit nyo lang yung caption ng Become a CPHR, www.cphrph.com, and then hashtag CPHRPHRA 2020. Siyempre, makikita lang namin ito if it is on a public view. So make sure that we're sharing the cover video, nakaset siya on a public view. So other speakers are here and ready to impart their message. Thank you everyone for tuning in with us now for the rest of the day. Thank you for participating to our Philippine HR Assembly, and hopefully this wouldn't be the last assembly ng ating gagawin this year. So please bear with us. Please stay and stay connected, no? And let's wait for our next speaker to join the session. So while we are waiting, let's have our global training partner and get to hear some information regarding the CPHR program. This is actually facilitating our CPHR certification program. So let's check if Ms. Vivian can accommodate us today or right now. Yeah, Ms. Vivian, while waiting for Pinky, could you tell more about them regarding this program?
Yes, Jester. Good afternoon. Can you repeat?
Can you share some information regarding the CPHR program while we are waiting for Pinky?
Yeah, thank you, Jester. Thank you for allowing me. To all HR practitioners, managers, leaders, and even individual contributors, so you may want to join us, Jester and I, Mikel, and the other speakers that you have listened into this morning and this afternoon. You may want to join us to the CPHR Philippine Assembly, a distant learning for those HR practitioners who would like to be certified, accredited, or licensed. So our program run would be on June 18 and June 19. And I will be the one to facilitate or to act as your lead facilitator. So expect that even if it is a distant learning program, there will be a lot of interactive sessions as we try to do it in the past. And hopefully after that, you will be encouraged to take the licensure examinations with the assistance, of course, of CPHR team. So hope to see you there, guys. This will really help us improve and enhance our competency function, because the discussion will not just be Philippine focused, but we will also be discussing some best practices in other countries. So hope to see you on June 18 to June 19. So for more details about registration and the fee, okay, please feel free to reach out to Jester.
Hi, Jester.
Please start.
Okay, so I hope the connection's a lot better. I think these are one of the challenges that we face in the new norms. It's really being more familiar with digitalization as well as working with the connection that we have. So I stopped off a while ago with the first one, just to quickly recap. We were talking about how to reduce transmission. So each organization would deal with things differently, but these are the fundamentals required by uh, DTI and DOLE as you return to work. So the next one has got to do with minimizing contact rate. So there's a long list from DTI that they suggest. And one of the major things to watch out for is really preparing for those meetings, if it can go online, and the number of people in the office or in the workplace has been limited. So I think this has all been talked about across the community, even all the way to transportation. So let me share my personal insights on what we've been doing to minimize contact rate. So as I mentioned, we're working on the mindset that we're under the assumption that 30% of our workforce will no longer return or report to work. So it's going to be really on flexible arrangements that the organization we had geared for in our preparation. So some things to factor in as you resume or prepare for business would be your home office roster schedules and protocols for meeting and training. And I want to leave you with this note. So for HR, I think one of the things, because we deal with people, is HR, we would really need to think through how the human touch is not compromised during this high-tech environment. So personally, one of the things that I actually really miss is walking in the office, having a coffee break with some of our key talents, our employees, really getting to touch with them. And sometimes it's even easier back then, because if you needed something, all you needed to do was approach the desk and you would get the answers right away, versus now you would need to call people to get some of the items done, and the follow through is not there. But here are some of the personal things that we have been doing. We've been doing just like what CPHRs organized. We've been doing virtual learnings. We were still even having our town halls with the help of tools and resources. And I want to share one of my personal favorites, because personal touch is one of the things that we really gear for as HR. It's really most important that you have your HR employee catch-up sessions organized. And I just want to show the sample that we have for our team. So some very basic fundamentals, being on the people side and for HR.
So I won't be able to do this poll, but it would be great to see what comments you guys have in Facebook. But as I mentioned, we really need to consider that the human touch is not compromised during the high-tech environment. So where are we as a community? Where is your organization on this? So maybe some good reflection that you can think of. And other things that you can ask yourself, how can I even better conversations and stronger relationships in the virtual world? And I think one of the things that you or we have to consider is really the investment on the right tools. So right tools or resources, and not only that, it's the capability of your team. So one of the personal experiences that I've had is really having to train my team how to use Zoom, Skype, and the other available tools that we can use, and what are the free versus paid resources that you have. Because the better the platform, the better the sharing, the more meaningful it is. And one thing I've noticed that's worked for me for the past 74 days is it's really about that connection or that feelings. So that feelings builds the stronger relationship, even if we are in a virtual world. Because one of the things that we have to gear for is, let's face it, if 30% of the workforce does not come back and it will be work from home arrangements, then this is really the new norm that we're going to be ready for. And last but not the least, as you prepare for the new norms, it's really the reduction of the risk of infection. So one of the things that we have to gear for as a community is once we return, we're anticipating there might be a wave 2, wave 3, because there's more people out and about in the workforce. So some things to factor in, and it's most controversial even in our office, is the screening. Are you going to do rapid testing? Are you going to do PCR testing for all personnel? But I do want to highlight that for the Department of Labor, it is non-mandatory and is a responsibility of the employee or of the employer. Sorry. Contact tracing as well is one of the key things. So what if make sure to brush up on your business continuity plans or update them so that you are well prepared that what if there's somebody who does turn positive or is symptomatic, what are the preparations that you would do and how would you respond to it? In fact, this is what at the moment, as we return to the new norm, our organization is really getting ready for this. And other things that we're already thinking about is, what about the coverage and the benefits? Some organizations I know have already started extending their benefit limits for their health cards, or even being flexible on their sick leaves or some of the things. But as I mentioned, it's a case-to-case basis depending on your organization. And last but not the least is the workplace decontamination. So I think I really want to give a round of applause to like personally for the people in our organization, the janitors, and our safety and health personnel, because they're the ones who really work on this. I think one of the protocols that we set up is every 30 minutes to an hour, they really need to clean the toilet, sanitize everything in the workplace, just to make sure that there's no spread of virus, because there's no vaccine as we know it. So the only way that we can actually prepare mentally is really to reduce the risk of infection. So this one is just guidelines or standards. As I mentioned, this is very controversial even in the workplace, and it's a constant discussion in our crisis management team. So would love to hear your insights as well, what your workplace or your organization is doing on this kind of things. So just to summarize, preparing to win in the post-COVID world, some actions that you can take. And this is from my personal experience from the past 74 days that we have been on lockdown, as well as for the past 2 weeks that we've gone on skeletal workforce. So our organization, there is 500 employees in the Philippines, and globally we have a big global footprint, but only 30% had resumed work. So one of the personal things, I think that's why it's on the top one, is its proactive communication is essential. And as I mentioned, don't forget your human factors. Next is really the HR, the organization. It's how to support employees dealing with health issues. So this one, as I mentioned, each organization will do it differently, but it's something that you have to mentally prepare for. How are you going to subsidize the cost? What are the extended benefits that you're giving? Flexible work arrangements, but also balancing it out with productivity. and the engagement as well. So I think that item 3 and item 4 go hand in hand. And last but not the least is, as I mentioned, it is a crisis and it is humanitarian in nature. Please don't overlook the mental and financial well-being needs of all our employees. So that's it for me. As I mentioned, I wanted to keep it short and simple, being the last speaker for the house. So if there's any questions, feel free to send it through the Facebook page or through Jester. I would be more than happy to connect with you guys. So thanks so much, CPHR, and thanks, Jester, for this opportunity.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Pinky. I think we had a great session for this day. And would you like to give your viewers some imparting message before we end this assembly?
Yep, so everybody keep safe, enjoy the extra family time with your people, and let's fight the next 6, 12, 18 months together as a community in HR. Thanks, everybody.
All right, so some of the PHR speakers are here. So let's hear from Miss Vivian Cruz, any imparting message before we end this session?
Okay, so yeah, so anything that is negative can be converted into positive, no? So just like crisis, it can be it can turn out to be an opportunity for as long as we have the right strategy on how to survive the structural break, and we have the horizons, no, that we need to think and act as a leader. As mentioned to as shared to you guys, so resolve the immediate issues that are hand. Okay, be resilient. So it's about speed and discipline. Okay, and then return back to the new norm as soon as possible. Reimagine how it looks like, and let's try to work on reform, no? And again, the qualities of the leaders, I think we all have it. It's not about the senior leadership team, the middle management team. Everyone is a leader at this point in time, and we have to take our part, no, in terms of adjusting to the new norm so that we can survive the crisis. Again, at the end of the day, it's all about balance, the yin and the yang, okay? Balancing between the employees, okay, and of course, the business. So that's all. And again, another plugging, Jester. Hope to see you all on June 18 and 19 on our distance learning program. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, Miss Vivian. How about from Miss Giselle, any parting words?
Yeah, good afternoon. And I really don't mind sounding like a broken record. I can convince all of you to please start doing your BCP, your business continuity plan. It's
Agree.
I can't overemphasize how important it is. In a way, thanks to COVID, we are now on our toes that we have to implement something as important as this, which we have been relegating for a long time. In our case, we are happy that we have it in place, and we have it has worked for us. And hopefully, you will have the courage to do it. It can be done, and I will be cheering for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giselle. Let's hear from Mr. Michael. Can you please turn on your microphone?
Yep, how about now?
Oh, good.
Yep, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for attending this whole day session. And we hope that all of the speakers were able to give you and prepare you in the new normal. So yeah, we've learned a lot on BCP, on how to communicate with our people, on labor laws, managing remote teams, etc. So I hope it has helped you, and thank you so much to you, to all HR who have countless sleepless nights just to do everything for their employers, for their companies, and for their employees as well, coordinating with them, coordinating with government agencies, etc., and making the new workplace a better one for all of us. So I hope to see you guys again in the future, in upcoming sessions. And yeah, feel free to reach out to CPHR Philippines, to Circologica Group, to any of the speakers if you have further questions, or if you'd like to engage their services. Feel free to reach out to them. Thank you and good afternoon. Jester?
Mr. Daryl, any parting message to our viewers?
Hi, so good afternoon to all the HR practitioners out there, especially to the members of Luzon HR Council, also our fellow CPHRs. And thank you so much for tuning in and taking time to listen to our webinars, courtesy of Philippine HR Assembly 2020. So we hope to see you soon again. Parting message would be, if we are going to wait for COVID pandemic to end, then we are waiting for an eternity. So the best way to approach this is definitely to live by it and to live with it. So we need to recalibrate all our measures and policies in order for us to be able to adapt to this new normal and to the situations that we are facing. So happy days, HR professionals, and keep safe always.
And lastly, for our guest senior speaker, Mr. Oliver Reckelman.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry I wasn't here the whole day. I had to attend on some few items at work. So, in closing, I would like to wish everybody a safe and a healthy weeks and months ahead. And as mentioned by Daryl, we need to recalibrate our policies. Along with that, we need to align our policies as well, and live with it. I mean, it's already here. It is what it is. So we just have to adapt. That being said, good afternoon to everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliver Reckelman, and our speaker. So we will be announcing the winners at the CPHR Philippines page. We will not be announcing it here. So please check out our Facebook page, CPHR Philippines, and then you will be seeing those the list of winners para dito sa ating DAP discount. So before we end our session, let's take, syempre, ang di mawawalang group photo sa ating mga speakers. All right, so I'll be doing a snipping tool. So HRA speakers, give out your best pose, and I will be taking a picture of this session. All right, are you ready? All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Ayan, loading pa siya. Ayan, sige. Thank you very much. So again, babatiin muna natin lahat ng ating viewers for this day, especially for those viewers na nag-stay. I'd like to thank Mr. Howell Calma, Jasmine Sanchez Lim, Mr. Conrad Esguerra, Cyril Chavez, Dinah Arojo, and other members. And also we would like to thank the following team. We'd like to thank CPHR Philippines, CPHR, CHR United Kingdom, Circologica Group, Luzon HR Council, CPHR PH Network members as our speakers, CPHR PH Global Training Partner, and our guest senior speaker for sharing your insights, thoughts, and best practices. As for our audience, thank you for joining CPHR Philippine HR Assembly 2020. We made this assembly because we wanted to assist with timely topics focusing on the new normal. So this is because we understand the challenges of HR practitioners in the midst of this global pandemic and the voice of the HR profession. So again, before we conclude the program, we are once again inviting HR professionals and people managers this June 18 to 19, 2020 for the Distant Learning CPHR Certification Program. We look forward to getting you globally certified, especially to our winners, which will be announced later sa ating page. No? And that concludes our online assembly. We appreciate your time and attention and hope you are all safe and well. Salute to you all, our corporate frontliners. Once again, your moderator for this assembly, Jester Beluhan, signing off.